Hearthstone Classic Tournament, number 2 for the Americas. We've got another one for the EU crowd next week. Hopefully these will become a continuous weekly thing. We're going to try to do it as steady as possible.
I don't know about weekly, but
That's
definitely
the goal, I think. But yeah, we'll see. No promises. Format very similar to the last one. If you watch that, so it's going to be conquest, meaning if you win with a deck, you will not be able to play with that same deck again. It is a best of 5 this time around. So before it was best of 3 up until the finals where it was a best of 5. Now being a best of 5, in order to win, you're going to have to win with all your decks because there is a single ban. So everyone bringing 4 decks to the tournament, they'll get to ban at the start of each matchup. And yeah, that's basically how it's going to look. So bring over the bracket here. Everyone can get a peek at it. These games are probably going to get underway very, very shortly. So 15 participants. Quitachi, I've been calling him Quitachi. I don't know. We'll mix it up. He's got a bye, having won the last tournament. Seems pretty fair that he would be the one with the bye. But yeah, as soon as I see a couple games here, we're going to jump right in. So I will bring this up.
Stream on Discord for me.
Oh, yeah, right. Good reminder. Oh, yeah, by the way, Derp here.
Howdy.
Yeah.
I said a couple things. But, I've been doing a lot of the organization for these tournaments. This one was actually mainly Carlotto Index. I did a lot for the first one, but they've been popping off while I've been busy with work and school stuff.
I'll be honest, I don't really do anything. I do this. I do the casting part of it. So, yeah, I think Carlotto probably most deserving of the praise here.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Carlotto or Carlotto, to be honest.
Carlotto. I did ask him on stream one time.
Oh, okay.
To sound it out, yeah.
There you go, Carlotto. I won't say it wrong anymore. Hopefully.
Yeah, I'll get everybody else's name wrong. Alright, still not seeing any games underway. It does look like everybody preparing to get going.
Yeah, it looks like all the matches have started on the bracket. People have checked in. I think that's what it means for them to not be highlighted anymore.
Yeah, possible players are also just going through like the ban phase. Maybe if they got to get each other added on Battle.net, all that kind of stuff. Might be where we're seeing some wait time here.
We'll see. I also know, I know Chin Chin at least is streaming his matches on his channel.
Oh, perfect.
So
yes,
we can just not watch him. Let's go. Yeah, go check that out though. Twitch.tv/ChinChin. I think. Actually, what's his Twitch handle? All right. Twitch.tv/ChinChin_HS. What it is.
Nice. All right, doing battle with a friend. Mikhail. I'm going to jump into that one, going against Tim Kago. Let me get rid of my ugly face here, and I will get the deck list up as quick as possible. But first, let's get right into Tim's side of things.
Yeah, it looks like Tim Kago banned Mikhail's Mage, and Mikhail banned Tim Kago's Druid, which is actually, I believe, kind of an aggro Druid, kind of what we saw from Crusher last tournament. But neither of those are going to be in round 1. We're starting off with, I think this is a Tempo Mage mirror match.
Tempo Mage Mirror. All right. Well, let's see. Now that we got both of these. All right. Oh, that is not right. I'll have to readjust on the right. So on the left is going to be Mikhail's deck there. And for some reason, these have gotten jumbled. There we go. And on the right, we're seeing Tim Kago's. So, pretty these things up. Yeah, it looks like you're right. It looks like 2 Tempo Mages. Not something that I think most players are going to have a lot of experience playing just through your normal ladder experience.
Yeah, also not the most interesting part of either player's lineup, even though they're some of the few players to be bringing a mage. They're also both bringing Control Priest. I don't know if you noticed that.
I did notice that. Yeah, surprising. Well, I would say 1 priest in the whole tournament would be a surprising number, but
There's
yeah,
like 4, I think.
I was gonna say, yeah, I don't think these are the only people running it. So, very interested to see how that ends up long term.
Yeah, I do think people are having a little bit more fun with these deck lists, which, I mean, you would expect after the first tournament, but there is the issue with Priest, with bringing a Priest lineup, which is that you have to win with your Priest deck. So we'll see how successful our Priest players are with doing that.
Right, yeah, I think that's a really good point. Now having to win with every deck. Yeah, what kinds of things do you think are going to shake out differently this time around now that it's best of 5 all the way through?
I mean, like I said, I think it's really going to come down to who has the most well-rounded lineup, which, I mean, it's kind of a non-statement, but you can't afford to have weak decks anymore. You can't have a deck that just can't win a game.
Right.
And so I think a lot of these, I actually do expect to see some of the more traditional lineups do well, with your Zulocks, your Druids. I actually think Zulok is a really good choice in these tournaments because there's a lot of Druid, a lot of greedier decks that I think Zoo can really punish.
Yeah, I'm actually glad that you highlighted that. I think last time around we saw there's tons of Druid, but also mid-range Shaman really got a lot of good representation because of how well it does against Druid. Zoo is a great deck against both of those. Scanning through the lineups, I did see a handful of players bringing Zoo, so yeah, definitely a different looking lineup to the last tournament that we had.
Yeah, a little disappointed that there isn't actually very much Shaman this time, though. Those were very good arcane missiles.
Yeah.
Lets him play that Shield Master without needing to do anything else. This is a really good board position for Mikhail, and Tim Kago does not really have the tools to come back just yet. Does have that Water Elemental, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, one thing I did forget to mention at the start of this. So these are open deck lists, meaning the players know exactly what they're up against. So, the way that this opened, both these players knowing that they're playing in this kind of tempo mirror, which probably explains some of the play that we're seeing.
Yeah, so for example, Mikhail knows that Tim Kago has this Ragnaros in his deck. Obviously doesn't know that he's drawn it yet, but doesn't want to just polymorph the Water Elemental in case that Ragnaros is about to come down, which it is, actually. But
yeah, and a good point, because Water Elemental is actually one of the best targets for things like Fireball, Polymorph, in a Tempo Mage deck, typically speaking, but again, Arcane Missile is just doing absolute work here for Mikhail.
This is... Tempo Mage is a very swingy deck in general, and I imagine the mirror matchup is, just by watching this, you can tell, like, Tim Kago falling behind on the board is really, really rough. There's so little he can actually do here. I don't know if he's running a Flame Strike in this deck.
Looks like neither player is running any kind of AoE. So yeah, just safe to run out that Kirin Tor. Why not?
Yeah, just go wide on the board. This is forcing lethal, I believe. If I can do math. Although this Ragnaros will... Oh, never mind.
Well, quick game one.
Yeah, the Frostbolt was coming down anyways, so... Or, well, no, it wasn't. That is Tim Kago's hands. So, I'm silly. Anyways.
It's alright, warm up casting
game.
game. That's why we cast, the players play.
Goodness.
I'm glad you're the first one to get a flub out instead of me, because
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
I've got a number of them banked up, I'm sure.
Yep. So, of course, Tim Kago will need to pick up a win with that Tempo Mage at some point. Going back to the whole best of 5 points. So we'll see how he's able to do that.
Yeah, taking a look at Mikhail here. He's got Priest, Rogue, and Warlock. Oh, and it looks like we are seeing Priest.
So Tim Kago's Rogue is a little bit interesting. He doesn't have any kind of a Leroy. He's actually got 2 questing adventures in this deck, as well as an Argent Squire, and a couple other interesting options. But these questing adventures are going to be his main win condition for the deck. He can play them and then play a bunch of spells and conceal it and get a very big minion, kind of similar to an Edwin, but now he's got 3 Edwins.
Yeah, really interested to see how he plays the list. I've given this archetype a spin before, and it's definitely, it takes a lot of skill to determine when to use those conceals. Like, obviously you want them on gadgets in, but yeah, like you said, very strong with questing adventure, able to buff it up. So a lot of decisions to be made on the part of Tim Kago. A double mind control is here in the list of Mikhail. Mikhail?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to keep saying Mikhail, though. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that's my...
for now, at least.
My Canadian ignorance. That's how a typical English speaker would do it. But Harrison Jones, quite a good draw here. And then just a lot of removal.
Yeah, it does seem to be prepared to play into this Rogue with the Harrison Jones.
Yeah, I certainly like the addition of Harrison here. I'm trying to view the deck and really think, what is the win condition here? The few times that I have seen or have actually won with Priest against Rogue, it usually just is due to the fact that you're dropping minions on like 3, 4, 5, 6 that can't be dealt with. So not having anything here immediately on 4, I think already going to be a pretty big hindrance here.
See Tim Kago setting up this 4/4 questing adventure. That's going to dodge all the removal.
Yeah,
Mikhail's hand, actually.
That is the magic number when you're facing a Priest. Yeah, right, well, he does get the 4 drop, but...
That's nice, but he can't actually remove the questing adventure, and... He's got the coin in hand. This can get pretty big, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It will get answered with the Shadow Word Death, of course. But... So, he can...
Yeah, I mean, being able to remove the Blade Master here, right? Something like Hero Power SI could do it. I mean, he's got a few different options. And then either push a lot of damage or...
I think he's going for the Squire SI, maybe? The problem is this, this Cleric is there's no real good way to deal with it and deal with the other minion, the Blade Master.
Yeah, I'm
So
kind of thinking he likely
yeah, he
ignores
has to
it, but
trade.
oh,
I don't
interesting.
like this trade though, but
No,
I also don't like leaving it up because it's really awkward to deal with, basically no matter what.
certainly awkward to deal with, but I'm not sure I would be that concerned about the cleric. It does give a bit of an ability to draw, but if you're pushing a lot of damage, a priest whose game plan is just to draw is kind of fine. You just kill them before they do anything with their cards.
Yeah, I definitely agree that the questing should have gone face, I would say. Unfortunately, I think Tim Kago is about to find the second Shadow Word Pain
Yeah, I
at a
was.
very inopportune time. Oh, maybe that's better actually. Just Soul Priest Circle Heal, and then you can ping off the Argent Squire.
Yeah, that's another way to do it, which I guess means it doesn't matter whether he would have coined or backstabbed or anything there.
Yep.
But I think he's probably considering at this point, Akanai Circle is a great way to remove a concealed Gadget's Hand, right? He didn't see conceal on either of these questings, so maybe that's what he's considering at the moment. It looks like he goes with it anyway.
Well, Tim Kago really needs that questing adventure now.
Or Gadget's Hand, I guess, right?
Or Gadgetzan, yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have a questing adventure. He's used both.
That's right, yeah. The whole theme of the deck, it's gone back to I mean, at this point now, he's basically playing Miracle Rogue without Leroy, which is
It can work. But
yeah, it's not quite as good as Miracle Rogue with Leroy.
that's a good draw.
Wow. Well, I certainly did not expect this when I saw Priest versus Rogue. I love the position Mikhail's in right now.
Yeah, I want to say Tim Kago used the resources in his hand a little bit too aggressively. Burning both those questing adventures early. Unfortunately, well, there's the gadget then. So
yeah, maybe
if you can make something, this is how it starts.
Yeah, I mean, backstab Abyss is a way to take that out, or potentially just backstab, run in the Loot Hoarder, hero power.
He's gonna fish for, see what he can find. There's the conceal.
Wow, okay.
I wonder if you just leave it up this turn.
Yeah, no, I like taking care of it. So yeah, and Akanai Circle down, this does start to become a much bigger issue for the Priest.
Yeah, he can kill the Loot Hoarder by sacrificing his own cleric. I don't think that's what he wants to do.
No.
I'm pretty sure if he uses it on itself, it will just die before the 1 damage goes off, if I'm not mistaken, because it's after it casts a spell.
Boy, I can't say I've ever cast Shadow Word Pain on my own Pyromancer, but you're probably right.
It's not something that you would normally want to do.
Yeah, it is labeled as after you cast a spell, so I think you're correct. But wow. Okay, Rogue doing rogue things.
Oh, that's rough. I think you still just play the Edwin. Cut your losses. It's like, how does Priest deal with this board? He's already used the Shadow Word Death.
Yeah, he does have one more copy of Shadow Word Death, but let's see, 18 cards left in his deck. Like, yeah, I think that's a risky take.
There's your Miracle Rogue.
Wow. Yeah, try to survive for one more turn, but
he's
not
thinking
gonna
about clearing
matter.
the Loot Hoarder, actually. But it's not actually going to make a difference, I don't think. And that's it.
Yeah, that is it.
Got the Deadly Poison SI to deal with a taunt, and then that's more than enough damage.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty confident that's what we're going to see here. Let's,
I mean, even just the Deadly Poison is fine.
Yeah, give Tim the win here. All right, but that is going to be it for Tim Kago's Rogue. A Priest still gonna have to find a win if Mikhail's gonna come out of this best of 5 on top. So let's see what each player brings in this third game.
Yeah, that is one of the big problems with Priest in Classic. Why we haven't really seen it a whole lot. Didn't see it at all in either tournament last month. Not the NA or the EU tournament. It's because you have to win games, and Priest doesn't do a good job in actually closing out a game. Like, you've got a lot of fancy stuff in your back pocket. You've got a lot of card draw with the Auchenai, or with the Cleric. You've got the board clear with the Auchenai Circle. There's some nice interactions with like Blade Master, and also with Circle of Heal.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to be able to win the game, and Priest definitely struggles to do that.
Well, here you go. In the Priest mirror, Priest has to be able to win this game, unless somehow they're able to find a way to draw.
One of these players will win, and honestly, I would say I favor the double mind control player here.
Well, there is double mind control versus single mind control.
Single mind control. That being said, Tim Kago does have a couple big cards that Mikhail does not. He has the Ragnaros, the Cairn, as well as the Faceless.
Yeah, what's interesting about that, though, is it means Tim has fewer targets to mind control that are going to be higher value. Given Mikhail, potentially more to gain from
pretty
the
aggressive
controls.
Opening, by the way.
It really is.
Oh, that Circle Heal is really big, though.
Oh, that's huge.
Won't be able to kill off the teacher.
No, I do like this kind of aggression, though. This tends to be, well, one of the ways that Priest is able to win. Like I said, just kind of curve out nicely, get some decent minions. These aren't the highest value minions you're going to get, but...
So you can Auchenai Circle Heal. Next turn, probably just Auchenai Coin Hero Power the teacher. Unless, for some reason, Tim Kago drops Azure Drake here, which I don't think. No, I guess
healing up
he
the
did pick up
Violet
the Farce here. That's weird.
Yeah,
this is really awkward.
Yeah, I mean, coining the Sylvanas is a possibility. You're not really worried about that much burst coming your way from the opposing Priest, right? No Mind Blasts in the list of Tim Kago. So you do have time to get some value out of something like Sylvanas.
Yeah. I think for Tim Kago, you just send it here. You play the Soul Priest and ping face. Push 9 damage.
Yeah, I really don't mind that. Seeing the one circle down, you figure if he had the other combo, he would have just played it there.
If I'm not mistaken, Holy Fire can go face, right?
Oh yeah, he can Holy Fire his face the following turn, so setting up for a pretty good opportunity to win if he goes with that line.
Yeah, I think this is just the push face. I think that's the play.
Yeah, I like this move.
Yeah.
Now, Mikhail, this will be interesting. Oh, okay. Well, with the circle here, this might
a really big draw.
This might change things a bit. I was gonna mention the fact that you can actually play Shadow or Death on your own minion to try to mitigate some damage here, but being able to keep Sylvanas alive and wipe the board, the only downside here is that Mikhail can no longer heal. So that is 7 damage, kind of 8 damage here, actually, in the hand of Tim Kago with the spell power, but...
So what I was actually about to say is, what if Tim Kago actually left the Auchenai alive and just made it so Mikhail couldn't heal himself?
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to get at. Like 5 damage from Holy Fire the following turn. At least able to get 2 from the Holy Nova. But I guess then you're still relying on draws. This is certainly the safer play. I don't mind it at all.
I'm just... We'll see if it works out. Basically what I'm getting at.
Yeah, no, I think it was certainly worth a consideration. And
Okay, so what? Okay, I was gonna say what Mikhail could do is he could actually send the 1/1 into the Azure Drake and then Crazed Alchemist Shadowward Pain it, but
Oh,
he
interesting.
just decided to play the minions instead.
Yeah, I was looking at that alchemist with the 7 health teacher. Maybe there's the opportunity for some burst down the road, but yeah, both players just playing to kind of stabilize the game. Wild Pyro. Not gonna get a lot done here, I don't think.
Yeah, it doesn't have a good way to set it off. He'd love to use it to get card draw off his cleric, but it doesn't really. I think what he might be considering is actually cleric faceless, just to draw a card.
Yeah, looks like that's what it's gonna be.
Well, gets a nice off the top. Powerful
Okay.
shield.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, you do this. You absolutely do this.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, it is great to draw that many cards, but I do have to wonder if that could come back to bite Tim. I mean, that is 2 4-attack minions, very difficult to deal with. And a 3/7 Violet Teacher.
Didn't get great draws. I guess he got the Sylvanas, but
yeah, and he's not running any Pains either. Like, I don't know if he can deal with this board. Interesting too to see the heal on the teacher. He does get the draw, but 10 health.
well,
Somewhat vulnerable to that holy fire. There's always the possibility of a rag snipe.
Mikhail isn't running rag at least. Yeah, Kago, that seems to be his out. Is just getting a lucky rag.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
So what do you do? Looks like he's gonna take the cleric, maybe play his own, and then Blade Master Circle Heal.
Yeah, looks like it.
Draw another 2 cards. He can get. What can he get actually? Oh, there you go. There's the rag.
Yeah.
Needs to force 2 more damage, but that's a lot easier said than done, actually.
Boy, really, really interesting to see a game kind of shake out like this. You don't normally see this many kind of mid-range bodies just sitting on the board, smacking each other, getting all this healing. Kind of reminds me of the good old days of Arena.
Yeah, I mean, the injured Blade Master Circle Heal is kind of one of the few tools that Priest really has in Classic that is actually really strong. You know, getting a 4/7 on turn 3. Turns out, pretty good play.
Yeah. Yeah, and hey, sometimes your opponent will go ahead and heal them for you, so.
Yeah, well, it's a situation where Tim Kago, I feel like he kind of had to. He does have, I believe he has 1 more Holy Smite in the deck, so that's 10 damage in theory.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But still not looking great.
This is interesting. So yeah, the ability to set up taunts is going to play both of these Senjins.
I'm just going to heal for card draw. I don't know if he really wants to be doing that, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love that. I guess he's worried about like, is he thinking of another Akanai circle? But Tim's already played both circles.
In this situation, I wonder if you just Holy Fire face and set up for Rag or something like that.
I actually think it's a reasonable play, yeah.
It's not that it's a good play, I just don't know if you have a better one.
Yeah, it's a desperate play, but yeah, you can do that if you want. Play the Pyromancer out, you at least take out the 1/1. Heal your own face, and
yeah, you could also. You know what you could do? Because you have the I believe that's a Farseer in his hand, right? He could push 5 that way. Or actually just use the Farseer to clear off one of these 4/3s.
Hmm. Yeah, Akanai Forest here with the hero power, you're right. It is 5.
Yeah. I would think you would send the hero power face to set up for a rag, even though it kind of telegraphs your hand.
Yeah, at that point, I would also assume Mikhail is going to heal up his
Looks like he's just
face on
going
the
for the
following
rag.
turn. Okay, I mean, go for a 1 in 7 instead of 1 of 8, potentially.
Well,
Not the greatest.
Great. 17 for Mikhail. Funny enough, mind control would have been a 50-50 shot for lethal.
Oh. Yeah, interesting. Wow, I mean, that is just a massive amount of healing. And yeah, with both circles down, Tim's got no way to clean this up. You got the pyro. Do what you can.
If it gets like a Holy Smite off the top, that's not going to do it. Although... that keeps him alive.
Yeah, I guess the game does go on.
Still not exactly in a good position, especially with that second circle heal.
Yeah,
Four sevens are back.
I keep thinking, how does Tim get back in this? But running through his list, I just don't see anything.
He can...
He thought steal something? I think so, but...
Yeah, but then he's getting priest cards.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. It definitely makes that a much worse card in the mirror. Double Harrison.
Not gonna do it.
Double mind control. Well, 2 pair, not that great in Hearthstone. Alright, so 2 wins here for Mikhail. And snagging a win with that priest.
See if Tim Kago can do the same. Still got the priest as well as Tempo Mage, I believe, with his other deck that he needs to get a win with.
Yeah.
Both will have to beat the
Looks like
Handlock.
Yeah. Okay.
So Handlock running a Sacrificial Pact, actually. And a Lord Jiraxis for the stylish concede.
Wow, I did not
sure.
notice that Sacrificial Pact. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, this is an interesting Handlock list from Mikhail. It's running double Shadow Bolt, running the Jiraxis. I'm not sure if I like it per se, but it is definitely interesting.
Yeah, certainly different. I'm very curious what the decision-making process was to put in that Sacrificial Pact. Is that something against Zoo? Is that just to... Because I believe in Classic, right? It can still target Jiraxis. Is that correct? I know they changed that later, but...
I don't know if they changed it so it can't target Jiraxis. What they did was they made it so it could only target friendly demons.
Right.
Because, if I remember correctly, it was because Demon Hunter was really broken, and so people were unironically running Sacrificial Pact to counter Demon Hunter.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know the whole history behind it. So, okay, I suppose perhaps you could kill yourself as Lord Jiraxis, but I'm guessing that's not why it's in the deck.
Well, so he could thought steal it. He could thought steal the Sacrificial Pact.
Now that is interesting. All right, you've got me excited. Please, Tim, queue up Priest.
Yeah. Guess Tim is possible. One of them stepped away. Had to take a few minutes. There we go. Yeah, Priest and Tempo Mage.
Mage. I think that's a good call here. I
I
mean,
feel about this matchup actually. I don't really know a whole lot about Tempo Mage matchups.
let's see, which one of these was it? This one. It's a tempo mage. The tempo part of this matchup I don't think is all that important because whatever, Warlock, right? Your Handlock's not going to do that much on early turns in general. Although this is a different variant, and I don't see, no Hellfire, which is actually going to make it a lot easier for Tempo Mage. But the big thing is, you've got 2 Fireballs, double Frostbolt, kind of Arcane Missiles, just ways to deal damage through a giant taunt wall. So I actually think the Tempo Mage is probably favored here. It's actually a very, very strong deck. I think somewhat underrated for a tournament format. It's just very weak against something like Zoo, because Zoo tends to out-tempo it. So I like Tim's chances.
Yeah, I like this play as well, coining out this Sorcerer's Apprentice before an answer can be drawn. There is no Soulfire in Mikhail's deck.
Yeah, Soulfire, that's another notable exclusion. Very interesting.
I honestly don't know if I even like the Shadow Bolt, but maybe you just have to do it.
I think it's necessary, yeah. Yeah, with no Hellfire, you can't really wait. There's not a lot of better targets in the deck, to be honest.
Yeah. I will say, though, going back to the whole lower, no Hellfire list here for Mikhail, it's kind of funny to see the different Warlock decks, because there are actually quite a few Handlocks that are cutting some of their AoEs for better cards against slower matchups. And then there's also a lot of Zulocks, so it's interesting to see how... It'll be interesting to see the 2 different styles of deck people are bringing, basically.
Yeah, I kind of get the impression that this Handlock was built to maybe mitigate a lot of what we saw from the previous tournament. There was a lot of control running rampant, or, combo druid. Maybe not really a control deck, but, it's got these big bodies that you're more concerned with as opposed to, a board that goes real wide. But I think people that were sort of forward-looking, those are the people who are bringing Zoo to the tournament. Things that are going to counter Shaman, Druid. And it could really bite a list like this down the road if Mikhail goes beyond this round.
Can get a lot of knives this turn with the second Knife Juggler and the mirror image.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the right move. And I think you're actually looking to kill this Watcher.
No, the knives will do it. Watch this.
Oh, it's such a clean trade.
I feel like you have to kill it.
Yeah.
Especially with how clean the trade is. Like, it set it to exactly 3.
Wow. Yeah, because Shadow Flame is I believe it's the only AoE in the deck. And I mean, obviously, we've got the information that it's sitting in his hand, but I don't think you take a chance like that.
Yeah, even if the Shadow Flame doesn't come out, it'll probably just get taunted. Well, it's a good Azure Drake turn on an empty board.
Honestly, not terrible to missiles here. He's got 12 damage in hand. Setting him to 15 isn't a huge risk. I kind of like, actually, if he would have played Arcane Missiles before the Drake. 16 would have been preferable health because you can't get that Molten Giant taunt in the same turn. And then he's got another 12 damage plus the Drake for a potential lethal the following turn.
Yeah, so Mikhail really wants to play this Mountain Giant, and if he does, he is going to take a lot of damage. So we'll see if that is the play he decides to go with.
I really like Siphon Soul here. I
don't love it, but I don't think you want to be doing anything else.
Yeah, he's got 2 in the deck, right? It's very good at this kind of single target removal with the Shadow Bolts. Yeah, he's got a way to heal up. He's got the Mountain Giant for later. Only 4 cards in the hand of Tim.
Yeah, only 4 cards, but he's been holding on to 2 of them. That Fireball and the Leroy on the left side of his hand. He's been holding on to those since very early on in the game. So Mikhail should know that those are going to be things that want to be sent to his face.
No, I think you're right. I think that's a good point.
So...
Looks like maybe he's considering Farseer Argus as well. Okay, great play. Great move, I think.
There's even more damage.
So much damage there.
I mean,
Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess he's only on 7 mana. The play that I was talking about the turn before, I guess he couldn't have actually set up the fireball. Lethal, so it wouldn't have mattered. But he's got the right mindset now at this point.
I like this Leroy play. You know, there's no Hellfires in this deck. He's already used a Shadow Flame.
Right.
Unlikely to be an answer to it, outside of just taunting something up.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good move. You do it, well, there's no taunts. Well, you can get value, and
I think you just kill both of these with spells for Tim. You can even play the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Just get a free 3/2 basically.
yeah, might as well.
Then force another 7 to face. It's a little awkward, but...
Well, I think, yeah, it looks like he agrees. Yeah, at this point, you can't even really consider Molten Giants. You just go for it.
Hey, look at Mikhail's hand. He doesn't have a whole lot to do. You can taunt up a Farseer. You can play Jiraxis.
Okay, Jiraxis. Not bad, but... Boy, you would love to live another turn before you play this.
Yeah, it's not bad, but it's risky for sure.
It is. Can you get away with Farseer Argus here? From his perspective, anyway.
I mean, from Mars' perspective, he can, so...
Yeah, we know this will be fine. I'm trying to think, even if that's a fireball...
It's actually kind of bad news for Tim Kago.
It really is.
Yeah, no mirror entity was really sad. You really wanted to pick up one of those.
Yeah, it's a good point. That is huge in this matchup.
You can trade the Leroy. It's going to die anyways next turn.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Minimize the chance that it...
Interesting. See, now a Faceless on something like Water Elemental. And then Sun Fury. Also not too bad.
I think this is a Jiraxis turn. Actually.
Let's see. If you Jiraxis, though, you're taking 7 damage, 8 with the ping.
I guess it loses really hard to Ragnaros. And that's what he could be worried about.
Yeah, Reg. Even just an eventual Fireball draw.
It's just, I don't like using the Sun Fury here, at least. But you kind of have to, I guess, if you're not playing Jiraxis. Because now you don't have any way to taunt up your Jiraxis minions, which... kind of why you had him in the first place. That is a really bad draw.
Oof, yeah. Well, this is also big, because now Jiraxis won't be frozen by the Water Elemental. Able to actually swing. Will probably clean up the Mana Worm. Would be my guess.
I think what you do is you, as Tim Kago, you actually, I think you trade into the 2/3, and then ping the Water Elemental and don't hit it. I think that's what I would have done.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But I'm not really sure. There wasn't a clean way to do it, for sure. Here's that Jiraxis. What else does Tim Kago have in this deck? He's used a lot of his burn already.
Yikes, yeah, this counterspell probably not going to go too far. However, it is somewhat valuable as... it kind of looks like it could be a mirror entity. Now, unfortunately, he can still just spawn 6/6s with that hero power. So not necessary that he plays out something big.
That is...
Oh!
That
Yikes.
is big counterspell value.
Yikes. Wow,
Hold
with
up.
the reg
This
drop.
is doable now.
Okay.
This is doable now. How does... What does Mikhail even
I mean,
do now, actually?
I
Wow.
think you spam units and yeah, hope you survive. He's got one more Siphon Soul in the deck, right? If you can pull that for the reg.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, the Arcane Intellect.
It's big. We'll see what he can actually get off of that. Your entity doesn't really help now, but...
Not too bad, though.
Yeah, definitely not too bad. He can set up a lethal. Even if it hits one of the minions, he's not too upset. Jiraxis is never getting to attack again.
Well, at least the Water Elemental is silenced, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But 211 cost Mountain Giants. This is a nightmare. Not that you'd want to play him into Mirror Entity anyway, but wow. Interesting.
No,
yeah.
you don't think Thalmos. You don't think Thalmos. You just throw it face, I think.
If he gets Fireball, he wins. I'm not sure. I'm trying to math this out. Wow. Wow.
Doesn't matter.
I can't believe.
Draw.
I cannot believe that. Yeah. Well, the counter spell apparently a huge draw, although it didn't look like it at the time.
Yeah, Mikhail. It seemed like he thought that was Mirror Entity all day. Like, he had no idea that was going to be counterspell in that.
Okay, but that does mean, like we said before, you got to win with everything. That means
that means the priest.
Priest in the Handlock. I want to see this Sacrificial Pact get Thought Stolen so badly. But again, open deck lists. Both players know that this is a possibility, right? If we see Thought Steal, I mean, there's the Jiraxis.
Yeah. I mean, he's not going to keep it, surely.
No, yeah.
I mean, this Jiraxis is kind of your win con against these slower control decks. You know, Priest does have a lot of removal for Handlock.
I mean, it is very strong, but you do know, like, a mind control here from Tim, so it's, wow, keeping the Jiraxis, yeah.
Yeah, meanwhile, Tim Kago has the Harrison Jones, not the...
Harrison, BGH.
Yeah, not as crazy, but he can get a lot of cards off of Jiraxis by ripping off his arms, effectively.
I love the imagination that goes into that. Now, is Tim actually thinking about healing Mikhail here?
Surely you don't.
I have never thought that far ahead in a match against Handlock, but...
You know, I didn't notice Mikhail had these Voidwalkers in the deck.
Yeah, I guess that is another reason to run the Sacrificial Pact. I still don't quite understand the purpose of it, but at least that's a target of your own that you can heal off of.
I mean, Voidwalker is actually really nice in Handlock because it lets you tap on 3 on coin. I know some people are actually experimenting with it over Ancient Watchers, actually, in some various Handlock builds.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. I think Tim just hits the face here.
Well, he can... He could clear this with the circle.
I don't think you want to use all of that on one minion. Also, he can't because he... Oh, no, he can hear power. What am I thinking?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to think... Because this is a very atypical... Well, it's an atypical Handlock, but Priest as well. I don't know that he's going to get a better opportunity to circle going forward. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's going to opt for. I think this is okay. Obviously a big investment just to take out one Drake, but it is an absolute nightmare to deal with as Priest, so I don't mind it.
I mean, the real good news is that Mikhail doesn't actually have a follow-up, and even if he taps into a giant, it's just going to get BGH'd. The bad news is that Tim Kago also doesn't really have a follow-up.
Yeah, we might actually see a strange line here that is like Cabal Shadow Priest stealing the Voidwalker and then getting hit with the Black Knight. That's why it's in the deck,
Crazy.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Tim Kago doesn't want to use that Harrison Jones. Like, he probably would have done it if he didn't have another turn 5 play, but since he knows the Jiraxis is there, he wants to hold on to that. And yeah, like you said, I think this is a steal the Voidwalker play. I think that's just correct. It's either that or... No, there's no good way to... I was going to say you could faceless the Sylvanas, but that doesn't work. You're just giving... You're giving Mikhail another Sylvanas. Maybe not the best play.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think this might be a Black Knight as well.
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
It's either that or like Ancient Watcher Shadow Flame. Hit the 4-1. That doesn't feel...
No, yeah, I don't like that. You know, we'd get punished by that Holy Smite. I'm wondering if maybe he's thinking about that Thought Steal. Like, looking through the list of Tim, right? There are no taunts inherently, but there's the ability to steal something that you would taunt, but that just seems so unnecessarily forward-thinking.
So I do have some potentially good news, which is that this is currently the only remaining round 1 match. All of the other ones have finished. This one,
oh wow,
is the one that's going the distance.
Interesting. Well, we'll take a look at the bracket after this. Update everyone.
Yeah, I believe this is the only one that went to 5 games. Looking at the bracket, assuming everything got reported correctly.
Yeah, looks like you're right. Well, hey, yeah, I mean, this has been a great series. Getting to see all this priest, I'm loving it.
It's a pretty awkward turn for Tim. You can swing the 4/5 into Sylvanas, trade the Farseer's Holy Smite.
Mm-hmm.
And then
potentially go as far as a Holy Fire?
Yeah, Holy Fire the 4/5.
Is he interesting? He's hovering over that faceless. Maybe
I don't know what he wants to do with it.
Yeah, trying to snag the Sylvanas?
Oh yeah, he can. Well, he doesn't have a way to actually do that. He just wants to make the Sylvanas trade.
Right. Yeah, I guess it puts that kind of awkwardness back on to Mikhail, because yeah, this is
and he would love to play a Ragnaros this turn, and that's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Well, it still works out just fine, I think.
And what is
this Argus? Very interesting. There's one death in the list.
There's the Sacrificial Pact.
Yeah. No, can't get Thought Stolen anymore. No, and the Thought Steal. This is the worst game.
Just too late.
Yeah, on to the next. I'm done with this.
I've seen enough. He went for it, which I feel like kind of had to. That's a good draw.
Wow.
Actually. Although, this
starting at 14 damage. Yeah, plus a rag. Oof. Alright, there's
either rag option is very bad here.
Yeah, it really is. Wow.
Well, now what?
And you've got that Siphon Soul, but does that do anything? Brings you back to 5. Not
you
really.
Can Siphon Soul BGH?
Yeah, or Holy Fire BGH. Does that end up being better?
No, because you can't Holy Fire anything relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, you can only remove 2 damage. No, Siphon Soul is better.
BGH, Shadow Word Death.
I think this is the only way to stay alive on board.
Oh, he doesn't
right?
even have Shadow Word Death anymore.
Such skill.
I think I think Tim Kago knows his time is short.
Yeah. Well, this doesn't even keep him alive on board. The Siphon Soul would have, although we do know that the game would have ended from Jiraxis anyway. So, all right,
Mikhail.
Mikhail.
Making it to the second round.
Yeah. Well, yeah, great play from both those players. Really exciting series, and the good news is we get to see Priest going forward. So.
Yeah. That's the good news as soon as these two are matched up, of course.
Yeah. All right. So this is the updated bracket. This is what we're looking at. Oh, let's see. No, Chin Chin and Lord Cacturn still going, or is this thing? Yeah, they are. Maybe we can jump into Chin Chin's game here real quick. Okay, maybe just not yet reported. No, let's see. Doing battle with a friend. Looking at the wrong thing. So we do still have a game going. Appears to be 2-1 in favor of Lord Cacturn. See if we can't see it from both perspectives here.
Chin Chin banning the Rogue. Cacturn banning the Warlock, which I believe is Zulok from Chin Chin. No, it's a Handlock. A little bit more standard Handlock than what we just saw.
Force of Nature, Savage Roar, and the game is not over? What is happening?
Crazy. Yeah, here's the Shaman I was talking about. I want to say this is the only Shaman in the tournament, but that's...
I think there's at least 2 or 3, but it is pretty scarce.
Well, one of them was Crusher, but actually Crusher also didn't make it past the first round.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, so we got...
So, the Shaman fans in chat, Lord Cacturn, if I'm not mistaken, is your last hope.
Well, looking pretty
It's
good
me,
here.
I'm Shaman fans, just to be clear.
It's certainly favored against Druid, and this is what appears to be a very favorable position. Do we wait to start round 2? Is there any
I believe
official word on
the
that?
plan is that we're waiting until all of the round 1 matches, which this is the last one. For real this time. I tricked you last time.
Okay. Yeah, so not a lot that can be done here. I mean, a Hex sitting in the hand of Cacturn. Reg not looking great on the board as is anyway. Yeah, Chin Chin just going to do what he can to clean up. But this Healing Totem, which was kind of the MVP of our last tournament, if I remember correctly. Actually looking pretty good as is.
You can just develop another wide board.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this is why Shaman is so good against Druid. This is usually kind of how the board state develops and why we saw so much success from it the last time around. So it'd be really interesting if we can get into those games where we're seeing other matchups against Shaman.
He's just going to drop the rag, but this is not going to do a whole lot.
Hope for the Azure Drake, I suppose.
1-7.
Not the worst target.
Outcome. Yeah. How much damage is this? Not quite enough. I almost wonder if you just play Alakir, just ignore the rag. It's not correct, but...
You could probably get away with it, I agree.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know if it matters. This is basically what I was saying. And yeah, the Alakir Lightning Bolt next turn. It's a 5 damage Lightning Bolt currently, by the way. you're almost forced to Ancient of Lore for health.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're kind of forced to do something desperate here. I guess swipe is the desperation move.
Kill the taunt totem.
Chin Chin goes with, yeah.
5, 6. Lightning Bolt is going to do it. If he sees it, of course. Just needs to Alakir, Lightning Bolt the face.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. Okay, so it looks like...
Wait, he didn't do it.
Oh, we didn't.
You didn't Lightning Bolt.
Well, this is, I mean, kind of like the turn where you could have ignored Rag. I think you can get away with this, yeah.
I think for Chin Chin, this is an honorable attack into Alakir angle. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I agree. I think the most unfortunate part here is that there's no self-lethal with, like, Searing Totem.
This doesn't even keep him alive on board. Well, some missed lethals, but not gonna matter.
Yeah.
Cat turn. It's our final, for real this time, qualifier to the second round.
All right. Okay, so we will bring up the bracket once again. Okay, there we go. So officially, this is what we're looking at. Quatach against Lord Cacturn. Kale versus Thunder. Severe versus Satur. And Dallin versus Manthize. What, Manthize? Now that name I absolutely love. Looks like we've actually got a game started in round 2, which is Severe and Satur. Everything else is good.
Seems like Severe is doing pretty well. Currently up 2-0 in that. Have to check that out.
Yeah. Let's
Oh, Severe is also a Shaman player. Let's go. I don't know if he's playing the looks like he is playing the standard Shaman.
Well, let's see. Let's jump
Got a
into this
bloodlust.
game. Satur on the bottom here.
Yeah, it looks like currently Satur is trying and not succeeding to win with this Control Hunter. Or, well, I guess this isn't really Control, this is just a mid-range Hunter.
Alright, let's see. Let's see if I can't snag those decks relatively quickly here.
This is lethal on board for Severe. Well, next turn, yeah. This is a high main, actually. Yeah, Power of the Wild, Savage Roar Hero Power is lethal. And he picked up a second Power of the Wild, so that's definitely enough.
Alright, well, I'm not even going to bother grabbing the deck list. It looks like...
yeah, the game's over.
Yeah, there's a druid doing druid things.
Never before seen, except for all the other times that we saw it.
Unfortunate. Okay, well, a quick 3-0 it looks like from Severe. Too bad I had seen Satur's decks. I know he brought a lot of interesting stuff at the last tournament. I like the look of his list this time.
He had the Worgen OTK Warrior.
Oh,
but
boy, yeah, that is unfortunate. Would have loved to see that.
Yeah, unfortunately, looks like he just got 3-0'd with mid-range Hunter in that series, going off of the bracket.
Okay, well, the only game that I see going right now is Thunder versus Mikhail, so let's jump to it.
Yep. Thunder actually banned Mikhail's Priest. Funny enough. Mikhail banning the Druid, meanwhile, from Thunder.
Let the hunt begin.
Alright. Thunder. Spectator from both sides. Okay. Start grabbing the deck lists here. There we go. Thunder with Hunter. And we we have seen Mikhail's decks already with his mage. Okay. Alright, let's take a good look at this hunter. So, kind of interesting. Seems very much inspired by, I think, hunters that we saw at the previous tournament. If you remember, Dallin and Crusher played each other with kind of a... But I never even know what archetype to call it. This kind of control-y trap hunter. Very, very good against rogue, right? You see Harrison Jones. Snipe is extremely good. Even like misdirect freezing trap can be good and just pushes a lot of damage very quickly. So yeah, I'll be interested to see how this does against something like Temple Mage. I can't say that I've ever seen the matchup in action.
Well, he rolled correctly. Got the huffer.
Yeah,
Usually a
easy.
good sign.
Easy peasy.
Like you're saying, this is... Thunder's Hunter deck is kind of a hybrid almost. Oh wow, that is really bad. He has the mirror image.
Amazing.
You know, on stream yesterday, I took a little break from Hearthstone and decided to play the Pokemon trading card game. And in that game, almost everything comes down to a literal coin flip. And I, at one point, lost 7 coin flips in a row. So when I see this now take place in Hearthstone, I think, this isn't so bad.
Well, got that flare value. Removed the mirror entity.
Yeah, it looks like it wasn't going to be an immediate problem here for Thunder, but...
Do you ever unleash Hunter's Mark, the totem? Or not the totem, the mirror image token?
I think...
What is the name of that token?
Great question. They are a mirror image.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, I think if you do that, right, you probably Hunter's Mark the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Oh, Chin Chin wants to jump in on the commentary? Yeah, sure.
So, yeah.
Let's see if I can...
It's actually going to Hunter's Mark the 3-2. I like this as well. Then he can deadly shot the taunt. That's most likely incoming. Well, Mana Worm means it's a 50-50 to deadly shot the taunt, if that's the line he decides to go with.
Yeah. I always forget how to do this in Discord, so we'll just awkwardly meander around.
It'll work eventually.
Yeah. I remember you gotta do like, oh, here we go. This is not so bad.
An interesting play here for Thunder. Not sure exactly what the best course of action is.
Yeah, alright. I will restart the call here. Bye-bye, Dirk. See you in a sec.
Farewell, brother. I'm back.
Alright. Here we go. We got everyone. We got Chin Chin in the cast now.
You hear us? Chin Chin.
Perhaps. We maybe have Chin Chin in the cast.
We may.
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
Hello.
very little quiet. Maybe I'll get you turned up here.
It's actually a really interesting tracking for Thunder. Having the animal companion and the kill commands to pass up for this weapon. He thought about it for a long time.
Yeah.
I think he made the right choice, though. I want to say. Well, he can go for the second try on the arcane missiles. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, emotionally speaking, I feel like, you feel like your odds are always that much worse after it goes so poorly, but I do think it would have been fine.
I don't love this green skin play.
No. I mean, he does get to take out the Senjin, but it's a really nice trade on the greenskin the following turn with just the water elemental hero power.
I mean, if he does that, then the water elemental doesn't freeze face, which is non-trivial. That's 4 damage. Mikhail is looking pretty low. I think he's gonna coin hero power. Yeah.
Oh.
Just get as much damage as he can. That's a really big draw, though, that mirror image.
Well, there is another flare in the deck. I wonder if maybe Mikhail would think to just hold off here.
No, well, the mirror image, not that mirror entity.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Getting mixed up.
This is 12 damage. I think you just pushed 12. Well, yeah, I actually think the correct play was just to push 12 there, and then hero power next turn. Now he's going to be a little bit off. At least, I guess it's only going to be 2 turns off. But
Yeah.
Weapon.
Swinging with the weapon. I think he should have pushed damage. That's a very passive play to me.
Yeah, there was something a little odd about that. The damage from Explosive Trap on Mikhail's hero would have been a big deal, whether you get the charge or not. Yeah, swinging with the weapon would be fine, I think.
Yeah.
There's no way. Okay,
Wow.
okay.
Oh man.
You can Starving Buzzard, proc the secret, get a bow charge, then you just Explosive Trap. It doesn't actually matter that he didn't do the play, but there's no healing in Mikhail's deck. He could have just put him down to 2 health. He wasn't going to die from 3 damage on board.
That explosive trap is looking really, really nice.
Yeah, somehow, I guess Mikhail's got to find a way to freeze Thunder repeatedly. Is that the only out?
Yeah, he kind of has to charge this board in. Hope he draws a Frostbolt. Or
I think Frostbolt is the only
doesn't even
freeze
have
he's got
Ice Lance in
left.
the deck. Well,
Yeah, no Ice Lance. Fireball is
classic.
lethal, yeah.
Fireball still.
Alright. Game number 1. Going to Thunder. Which means, yeah, no more Hunter allowed here in this series.
Thunder still has the Control Warrior and the Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, taking a look at these decks that
The most interesting thing I see is Mikhail's Miracle Rogue actually running a Kobold Geomancer, which is another cheap spell damage minion.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
Oh,
I
is
did
that
not
true?
pick up on that.
Oh man. I should probably pull up these deck lists.
Yeah, shoutouts to Severe, I believe, who did all the work for us basically in organizing the deck list.
Yeah, the graphics that you see here, like the last time I manually threw together some screenshots, Derp did in the Discord, we kind of had different paths. It takes quite a long time, so yeah, Severe, very, very helpful, and it's something that we can link when this goes to YouTube. If anyone wants to reference the deck lists, should all be public just from the tournament link. Or yeah, we can share that spreadsheet as well. Alright, looking like a lot of thought going into what is being played here. Either that or a bathroom break.
A lot of thought into
I
the bathroom. I don't know. I realized halfway through that I didn't actually have anything witty to say.
I realized that like a year into streaming, but
You get there eventually.
I don't know why I decided to put Druid straight into Shaman like that.
Druid and the Shaman, yeah, very
It's a
unfavorable.
rough match, for sure. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see more Shaman, because I feel like it was really successful last tournament. And then we didn't see a lot of people actually bring it. Got the Miracle Rogue mirror match, and one person has coin and gadgets in. So you can already imagine who I am favoring just off of the opening hand.
Yeah, fair point. I mean, that's going to skew it in their favor quite a bit.
Oh my god, they have like the perfect hand.
That is
a
really good hand.
Truly perfect.
Oh, and the greeting too.
I don't remember when they actually added the greeting response, where if you hello after the other person, it has like a responding voice line. There's the gadgets in for Thunder at least.
Yeah, I mean, gadgets and conceal in both players' hands. It's certainly going to get out for both of these players, but yeah, the coin and a backstab.
There's really no reason to get a big Edwin here. I think you just backstab SI. Or backstab Blood Mage. That works too.
Yeah.
I feel like getting the SI out of the hand is more valuable, though, than the card draw. But that's a small thing. I'll let Mikhail cook here.
Yeah.
I guess you just play the SI now, right?
Yeah, what else? Unless he's going to draw more here.
I mean, Blade Flurry is really good to have in the mirror, but it's really good specifically with spell damage. And Mikhail did use his Blood Mage. He does have the Geomancer.
That is true.
So there's that.
I mean, I gotta think we're seeing the gadgets and conceal, but a lot of
He's
thought
worried
going
about
into this.
He's worried about the AoE though, with the dragon on board, the Azure Drake.
But I mean, he's got to consider Thunder going into 6 mana if he's sitting on gadgets and conceal. That's also going to be coming his way.
He kind of needs to think about Thunder just pushing damage with this 4/4. That's one of the scarier parts about Miracle Rogue is, like, you don't need this gadget in to necessarily win the game. You can just throw everything face. Thunder's going to go for the safer play.
Yeah, I actually think the fact that Mikhail didn't run out that SI earlier, it just makes that Drake so much scarier. Maybe not going to be an issue, like you said, but it does open up that possibility.
Yeah, Mikhail digging for... He can actually... No, he doesn't have a prep. He wants a way to clear these, but he isn't finding one.
Kind of an awkward spot. I mean, he's sitting on 10 cards in hand. He can throw a minion out, so he's not overdrawing here. But then I don't think he's got great follow-up on the following turn.
Yeah, this is rough, and there's a lot of damage coming in next turn. That is 20. That's 25, actually. The Leroy Shadowstep Coldblood would be lethal without that heal.
Wow.
And
Yeah, just
yeah, he's not going to go for it. But instead, he just gets to clear the board, and yeah, this is looking rough for Mikhail. Actually, I'm not sure which one the backstab was better on, actually. I think he sapped this. Like, he didn't play a bunch of spells last turn. You know he's got basically a full hand.
Yeah, there's
now you
one
get to overdraw one.
Yeah, and not a lot of opportunity to, play it out and draw a bunch more. No, I love this play here from Thunder.
Yeah, Cold Blood, Edwin. You could use the second conceal. This one's looking over.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you could possibly get
I mean,
to stay
even if he
alive.
draws something good, he doesn't
Well,
even get it.
2 minutes ago, we
True.
were saying it was overwhelmingly favored for Mikhail,
but yeah, didn't go that way. You're right, Chin Chin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's made the difference, but I do think that Mikhail made some suboptimal plays with the, not playing the SI early. I think that actually costed him a pretty significant amount.
Yeah, that early lack of tempo. I think you're right. All right, well, 2-0 for Thunder. Boy, and we saw Mikhail just doing so well in that previous series. Now he's really on his back foot, so...
There is some good news, which is that Thunder's last deck is that Control Warrior. It is pretty teched against Rogue. He has the Tinkmaster Harrison. He's got double Brawl, actually.
Let's see, double Brawl. The Korkrons, very good against Drakes. Couple Whirlwinds help with armor generation on the armor
It's just
smiths.
such a rough matchup still. Even with all the tech for Rogue, it's so rough for the Control Warrior.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see it against Handlock instead.
And this is a Jiraxis Handlock, which is also a pretty bad matchup for Control Warrior. He does have the Faceless, so we can get some extra value out of that. Thunder does with the Control Warrior. But yeah, he is going into 3 pretty tough decks for Control Warrior to actually get a win against. I guess the easiest probably being this more aggressive Tempo Mage build.
Yeah, I think that Mage is probably his best bet to snag a win. It's really interesting to see how players approach this. Because, yeah, as Mikhail, do you actually save what you think is going to be your worst matchup until the end? Do you try to get some momentum, swing things in your favor so you're just kind of feeling good going into that matchup? Or do you just get it out of the way right off the bat? You say, well, to win this series, I'm going to have to win this matchup at some point, so let's just do it right now. And seems like he's going for the strategy of, go with your favorable matchups first.
Yeah, I would say... I mean, I think he probably should have gone with the Rogue first. I think this is the best into the Warrior, but it is a Warrior very teched against Rogue, so this is probably the best matchup. And if he wants to go best to worst, then it's not unreasonable for him to pick the Warlock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of it comes down to how comfortable he is with each deck. Seeing the way that he piloted that Rogue the last game, maybe it's just not something he plays as much as somebody like Thunder, so... Let's see how he does here with the Handlock. So far, drawing well.
Definitely not unreasonable in a tournament like this to kind of take the Rogue, even if it's not super comfortable, because it is a deck that can just run away with a game that isn't actually as hard as some people would be led to believe. It's a hard deck if it doesn't draw well, but if you do draw well, it is not that hard.
Yeah, it really is a deck that's in an interesting position in Classic. Very strong in anyone's hands, but incredibly strong in an experienced player's hands. So I do agree with you. I think even just to be the target of a ban, it is worth an include in your lineup.
Absolutely. This is a very strong opening for Mikhail. Thunder does not really have the answer, although this Sylvanas will go pretty far. Yeah. By that I mean it just gets silenced.
It's at least something to contest on the board. Mikhail knows that there's 2 brawls in the list of Thunder, so probably got to be thinking about not wanting to overextend too much here onto the board. But he doesn't know that Thunder doesn't have either in his hand. Now this is interesting as well. Probably looking at execute potential, right? That Twilight Drake always has the potential to get hit with the execute, thinking, well, maybe do you make the trade there? Yeah, it looks like he will opt to.
He was debating on taunting up, which I think in this case would have been incorrect. Just playing into the potential of a brawl by adding another small minion.
Yeah.
So making the smart play, not doing that. You can actually coin Ragnaros next turn. I believe that's a Ragnaros.
Yeah.
Right of his hand. It's got the diamond border. What do you think about the diamond Ragnaros, by the way? I don't actually think it looks that good.
You know, I think Golden
flashy
Ragnaros.
for sure.
Yeah, I think Golden Ragnaros looks a lot better than Diamond Ragnaros. But the other Diamond cards I think look quite good. Lotheb looks good. Was it Samuro or something? Was one of the other ones. Promotional card. I thought that looked quite good.
Oh yeah, the Golden Lotheb, or the Diamond Lotheb does look really cool. Maybe someday we'll get to use it in Classic. Maybe.
Sorry, Chin Chin, we cut you off there. Tell us your thoughts. We want to know.
So the Murloc, the new one for this expansion, it looks so bad.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about like Oh yeah, Murloc Holmes. That's right.
Yeah.
Murloc Holmes. Ah, that's great.
That's cute. I'll give you that.
I mean, it's a Murloc. It's got a great name. Still never playing Standard.
Yeah, hey, Zulok is back in Standard. Or your favorite deck.
Oh, wow.
I have so much experience as a Classic player. I'll dominate the meta. With all my experience playing against Zubots. Surely this will be a 1-to-1 comparison.
Oh yeah.
Interesting to see that Shield Slam get used on the Farce here, but Thunder really feeling the desperation here.
Draw.
Hell of a draw.
Yeah, Thunder's not in a position where he can't come back, for sure. Although, just gonna have to kind of throw out this Acolyte. He really wants to get more card draw off of those with the amount of cards he has in his hand, but nothing he can do right now.
Mm-hmm.
One thing to consider, if he keeps a low hand, he'll be able to Harrison Drax's weapon.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, there's an interaction we were kind of talking about with the last match against Tim Kago. Gorehowl is going to put in a lot of work as well, but does need to be a little bit careful. Mikhail isn't running any Leroy or anything like that.
Yeah, knowing that, I think Thunder's got a reasonable chance to stabilize. And even if Mikhail takes an aggressive position on the board, finally getting that brawl is going to be huge for him.
Yeah, he can brawl, and if the big minion wins, he can actually tank master it. If that's the play he wants to go through with.
Yeah, in worst case, Gorehowl cleans up a Devil's Sword.
I kind of like that play, actually. I think you just brawl here.
I think that's the play.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Like, you've seen a whole lot of big minions from Mikhail already. He can force a lot of damage the turn after with Grom Taskmaster, plus the 5 or 6 attack Gorehowl, depending on if he wants to attack.
Wow.
Huh?
Well, you
Just gonna
better
brawl.
hope that Molten does not win this.
Alright, easy enough. I still think you attack with a weapon.
I do as well, yeah.
But yeah, now you don't have the minion on board that you would have from Taskmaster. Which, I mean, I guess you wouldn't really want to Taskmaster the 2-1, but the minion would be what pushes the final couple points of damage if you want to go with the Grom line. Actually gonna leave it up.
Well, that's kind of interesting. I guess with the second brawl in hand, you know, it's just it's a minion that he would like to win the brawl. as Mikhail extends onto the board. And like you mentioned before, he doesn't have Leroy for that burst potential. So 23 health, I guess he's just comfortable taking a bit more damage.
The 6 health will actually let him deal with the 5-6 if this wins the second brawl, which might be the play here.
Yeah, or does he just continue to grind it out? There's still some pretty high value minions waiting to come from Mikhail. I'm not sure that you want to brawl just yet. But you can't go too low. Tough position.
You could just kill the 3-2 and potentially plan to kill the 5-6 with like a whirlwind plus the 5 attack weapon. Because he's not attacking with the Ancient Watcher, obviously. He might just plan it. He might just not do anything. Might be a hero power pass turn. Gonna hit the thing. It's a 3-2. The Defender of Argus, I believe that was. There's a Jiraxis for Mikhail. I don't know if you want to play it this turn, though.
You know, I actually kind of like it. He's going to get rid of all that armor and start to really actually put pressure on Thunder without extending into that Brawl. Because I don't think he minds if Brawl's going to go off on those 2-mana Infernals.
Yeah, it does bring a interesting question of what does Thunder actually do this turn. He really wants to save this weapon plus Grom Taskmaster to just kill Jiraxis from full.
Yeah, so I mean, he wants to get rid of Taunt. That's the big deal. But sitting on the Sun Fury in hand, even if the Brawl does get rid of that Watcher, he's just going to build a wall back up.
Actually, just gonna throw out the Tinkmaster. I think I would rather see the Brawl this turn.
Oh, Brawl after the Tinkmaster. Okay.
Okay. I guess. I mean, I hit the 5-5, so... there it is.
Oh, well then.
Yeah. So...
I guess he's...
I think you kill it, because you still have enough attack on the weapon, but unfortunately, what he doesn't know is that the hero power plus probably the Sylvanas is coming through.
Yeah.
Plus the Sun Fury. So this is about to become a very sad position for Thunder.
Yeah, I think right after losing that Brawl, there's just not really a way back into things.
I have no time for games.
Don't disagree. He can... Is he even alive if he does that? He can taunt... He can steal the Sylvanas. Or not steal it, but copy it. And then... Then what? He's still 50-50 dead. Actually, more than 50-50 dead. Because Siphon Soul.
Yeah, I don't see a way for him to stay alive here. But from his perspective, yeah, I think that's what he's looking at. Faceless on the Sylvanas. Hope he gets a good steal on it.
Yeah, even if the Siphon Soul steals the 6-6, Mikhail can kill it and kill Thunder. Well, actually, is that true? Because with 10 health, he would have to deal 15 damage.
Interesting.
Well, now without the hero power, he's just dead. You Siphon Soul. If it steals the 6/5, you trade the 2/2 and then Shadow Bolt it. I guess the interesting thing was stealing the Sylvanas, now that I think about it. But didn't happen. He just needs to Shadow Bolt this, and he's got lethal.
Yeah.
Please tell me he sees it. Come on.
High pressure situation. Everybody watching. I've missed easier lethals.
It's when you start doing the, you start counting
There
on
we
your
go.
fingers. All right.
Yeah,
there we
yeah. Get at the Voidwalker just to be safe. Make sure you count
Just
it
in
correctly.
case.
Hey, I like it.
go. All right. Well, that's one game back for Mikhail.
Yeah. No, that's good. I actually think this is something a lot of people don't talk about when it comes to really any kind of competitive play, right? It doesn't have to be Hearthstone or gaming or anything. I think your mental state, your the momentum that you're going into a match with, it feels good to snag a win, because it does. It feels hopeless when you're down 2-0. Now sitting 2-1, you just snagged a win. You've played against this deck. I got to think Mikhail's feeling a lot better going into this match.
He's got the Gadgetan on coin again. I've been talking about this matchup all day, but we actually have Chin Chin, who is a very good control warrior player. So, Chin Chin, what are your thoughts on this matchup for the warrior?
So it kind of sucks. You just have to, if you like can press the armor button every turn, you have a chance. Especially with the type of list he's running.
Well, certainly making it sound hopeless. I know that's how it feels when I'm playing a Miracle Rogue. But there are some things in his deck that I like, right? Tinkmaster, like you said, is there for the concealed gadgets, and Korkrons trade very efficiently with Azure Drakes. Harrison Jones hitting weapons.
There, actually. It's like there's no silence. The Acolyte's going to get at least one card drawn. I guess that's probably still bad. The other just gets deadly poisoned, and you're not very happy about that. But there's the Tankmaster too. That's really big.
Yeah, and I suppose that's what the shield block does as well. It's just draw you closer to those answers for Gadget Sands. So I would have been okay with either of those.
Hold on.
The Geomancer is what he just drew into hand.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
No.
I was like, that's not in his deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that Geomancer we were talking about earlier.
I actually like Geomancer. I think he has
It's not
draw
a bad
and
card.
activates.
I just don't think it's a good one.
Yeah. Needs a better body than Thanos.
Very true.
In theory.
Interesting. So yeah, seeing the Geomancer here, and I think this is right a symptom of knowing your opponent's list. Normally, Gadgets and Coin Conceal, amazing play, but you know that Tinkmaster is a possibility, so you want to fill up that board. But things get very interesting now because
Do you Whirlwind here?
Do you Whirlwind?
I'm thinking yes. You've seen the Fan of Knives. I think you just get 3 cards off of Acolyte. I think that's the move. Generally a good use of the card. 3 mana, draw 3.
Yeah, Whirlwind to draw I think is good. I think the consideration is, do you want it later to generate armor? But there really is no guarantee he's going to have a board to generate that much armor, so yeah, I don't mind it there.
I think it would be safe to go Gadgets and Conceal here. There's a lot of meanings on board. Not very likely Tinkmaster would hit.
I guess you can Cold Blood the 2/1 here if you want to get maximum spell value, or just Deadly Poison. It's probably better. Well, the trade makes things a little worse, but it's still a 50-50.
Yeah, I mean 50-50 if he goes. I guess we'll see. Like, does he does take out a Taskmaster? Okay.
Yeah, he's
So
not
yeah,
thinking about the Taskmaster. Taxmaster. Fortunately not. But yeah, it seems like a pretty obvious play to just Taskmaster this.
I would definitely instant
Not
Taskmaster.
Taskmaster, Tinkmaster.
Tinkmaster. I see. Yeah, I'm sitting here
difference,
like,
really.
guys,
Same
why
thing.
don't I understand your line? This makes no sense to me.
Listen, just Taskmaster the stealth gadgets and it's easy. But yeah, Tinkmaster does roll bad, but I don't think you're too upset about that.
That's still better than having gadgets in on board.
Yeah, he can push a lot of damage with it though. And a long day at work. only partially here in the brain.
That is totally fair. I remember the last NA tournament that we did after the EU one. There were times where it probably seemed like I was just pausing to, allow you to talk derp. It was actually just because my brain needed to like go into sleep mode, and yeah, you had to carry the cast, so do my best to return the favor today.
Kind of surprised that he never cold-blooded this big 5/5.
Yeah, and isn't this a similar kind of style to what we saw in the Rogue Mirror? Just very passive, right? Not getting out that early SI in that game. Here, yeah, not trying to push any damage. Though he does have a
Rogue
great
can
hand.
be really aggressive if you can play it. Like, you can get away with just throwing things at the enemy face because you have a lot of things to throw at the enemy face.
Yeah,
In
absolutely.
most situations. He's gonna save the cold blood for now, though. He does have a second gadget in, so that's also worth mentioning. If he can get his second conceal, that's gonna be a lot harder to get rid of.
Yeah, I mean, how much damage is he actually sitting on? It's
Cold blood, deadly poison. That's
I mean, assuming, yeah, this is gone. I
6,
believe
12.
it's like 23 damage? Is that lethal? 6 from the Leroy, 12.
Yeah, 6, 12,
Cold blood,
16. It was 19, I
19.
think, because he didn't have enough mana to eviscerate.
Yeah, couldn't evis. I guess he needs the
Honestly,
prep.
setting him at 19 is a pretty good play. Not gonna do it just yet, though. Well. Yes, the Armorsmith Taskmaster Brawl, I assume, is going to be the line for Thunder. And he has a 1 in 3 chance to just lose the game, but
Yeah.
that's better than having a 1 in 1 chance to lose the game.
No, I agree with that. I think you absolutely take the shot here.
Oh, am I too quiet?
Bit quiet.
Sound better now.
I got you jacked up on my end.
Oh, my bad. I'll turn up my mic a little bit.
Yeah, sounds good now.
All right. Yeah, I think Armorsmith Taskmaster Brawl is like the only way.
I don't really think you have another play, to be honest.
I can't see anything.
Like, maybe you double Armorsmith, but whatever you're doing, you're playing 2/2 drops and brawling. Actually, the double Armorsmith is pretty reasonable here. but I think
Yeah,
the
if you
one
wanna-
armor is a little bit better.
Yeah, because you could save the Taskmaster for Grom. I think that's fine.
Do you believe in miracles, Dex?
Yeah, I always believe in miracles.
Well,
See, yeah.
there
just
it is.
Well played.
Well, that is a lot of damage.
yeah. Don't think you have to count too long on this one. There we go.
Just like that, it's 2 and 2.
All right, but here I will say, I think finally we've got a matchup that favors Thunder. So if we grab this mage, now Tempo Mage can get completely out of control if they draw very well. It feels very similar to playing against Zoo with just that perfect opening. Incredibly demoralizing. You can get frozen so you can't swing a weapon. But so many tools from the Warrior to be able to deal with Mage and then just heal out of the threats that they have. So
The Mana Worm on turn 1. And no War Axe just yet in Thunder's hand to deal with it. I think you just toss this whole hand, though.
I would personally keep Acolyte.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, and another one. That is going to get very scary. Yeah, this is the hand that Tempo Mage can use to beat Warrior for sure.
yeah, I mean, a secret would be a great draw on the following turn, but I think the only thing that's missing here otherwise is that mirror image. But of course, mirror image here wouldn't even matter because, as you said, no War Axe in hand.
Yeah, you're just going to be forced to use that execute early. The good news is, there isn't a whole lot of stuff in Mikhail's hand either. Drawing these big taunt minions not going to be super helpful this turn.
Oh, that brawl is huge.
It could be.
It's a
This
big-
turn... Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh no, just big consideration here, I think, with Shield Block or Korkron. Gonna opt for the Korkron in the trade, but I really don't mind Shield Block into coining the brawl. Whatever minion comes out next from Mikhail, I think you're happy to just clear 2.
Yeah, the thing about the Korkron is it prevents Mikhail from playing a 4-drop or anything else that turn. I was gonna say I like the Armor Smith Taskmaster that turn, but I guess those 2 minions are very good into Mirror Entity whenever that comes down.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I liked that hero power from Mikhail, actually. I feel like just dropping the Senjin on the previous turn would have been fine, but let's see.
I mean, this is a good Sylvanas. This is a very good Sylvanas. And you want to play that before Mirror Entity comes down.
Yeah, very true.
That's a second Mirror Entity for Mikhail. There are not any big minions in the hand of Thunder right now. Drawing all these Sunwalkers. This was one of the more interesting inclusions into the deck, I would argue.
You know, in my own Tempo Mage, I love double Sunwalker. I'm actually really happy to see that he's got him in there. Solid in,
He's gonna
honestly,
play the Brawl
almost every
instantly.
matchup. Yeah,
Well,
yeah, you got to do it here.
you do it. You kind of hope your Sylvanas loses,
You
but
do.
if it does win, it's a nice bonus.
Yeah, no matter what, you win. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. It's technically the worst outcome, but I don't think he's going to be too upset about it. I'm kind of surprised he didn't just play the Armor Smith, though. But I guess he's really thinking about those mirror entities.
Yeah, he's got
He is
that.
going to get rewarded.
He can Taskmaster after playing 2 and hero power next turn.
I think you just Armor Smith. I don't think you're sad about giving your opponent an Armor Smith. You can Armor Smith, Acolyte, Taskmaster. Just you actually are the one going wide on the board now. And as we mentioned before, Mikhail, no kind of board clear in this deck.
No,
Does have a lot of burn though.
I really like this double armor smith play. Taskmaster on the Sanjin, take out the Drake.
You could actually hit the Drake and then Taskmaster it to keep your Ascension on the board.
Yeah.
Which I think, even with just 1 health, is probably worth, because that's another 2 armor. I
Yeah,
guess you're
sure.
getting the armor anyways, but
Yeah, forces the ping, I guess.
either way.
Yeah, either way.
I wouldn't
Yeah, I think
hate
this
the
is
second
exactly what
Taskmaster
you want.
here either.
Truth is my shield.
Another Arcane Intellect picked up. Mikhail is getting his card draw, which is very important given this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Taskmaster to play around the mirror, or play around the secret, because it could be Counterspell. I believe Mikhail is running a Counterspell.
Looks like no, Tim was running the counter.
Oh yeah, Tim was running the
Yeah.
Counterspell. Because he really got Mikhail with it that one game.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Either
yeah.
way, this plays around the mirror entity. You don't want to just Alex and give your opponent a free dragon for fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Big draw there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because previously having to trade off that first armor smith to kill the Sunwalker, now you're going to keep it on board to generate even more armor.
You're getting so much. This is looking really, really doomed for the mage. He does have a Archmage Antonidas in this deck.
Yeah, it's a potential avenue back into the game. I mean, there's the one mirror image. We've seen one arcane missiles down, so definitely got to get some interesting. Some cards that can help him generate fireballs if that's what he's going to do.
That's kind of his out now.
I'm not sure about using that Frostbolt on the Armor Smith, honestly.
Yeah, I had the same thought. It felt like maybe just running out the water elemental was a stronger move.
Yeah, Warriors got high armor, gotta throw all your spells at face.
Yeah, he's just banking on Tony living for a couple turns. I would have to imagine. Maybe more than a couple turns, but we haven't even seen that much removal get used out of Thunder. I think he still has at least an Execute and a Shield Slam, right? I think he has one of each.
At least one execute. Yeah, maybe
Maybe he
two
has both
shield
Executes.
slams. Well, he used the one execute on a Manworm early, Whirlwind to execute. I don't remember
actually,
a shield slam.
Maybe
though.
he hasn't Shield Slammed this game, so he's just got a ton of single target removal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think he has played a Shield Slam yet.
Okay. Well, maybe Mikhail can nickel and dime him here with all these little minions.
Interesting. Yeah, just banking on not seeing that other brawl, which honestly isn't a bad idea. I don't think you can just rely on Antonidas. 11 cards left in the deck. Yeah, I don't
Thoughts on
hate
just
this.
playing Alex here. Just Alex and then Shield Slam like the 3-2.
I think Alex is okay. I actually don't mind... Well, I was going to say I don't mind Grom, but I suppose we actually do see 2 polymorphs in the list of Mikhail. So probably
Hasn't drawn one yet.
not great.
He's just gonna keep stalling for now.
Yeah, might as well. Well, I guess if he had polymorph, we probably would have seen it on the cairn. But yeah, he's been so reluctant to run out this water elemental, and I can't say that I understand why.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
He goes wide with
He's just playing around the brawl by keeping one thing in his hand, but
Yeah, I guess so. It just seems very non-committal, right? Playing out mirror images saying, okay, go ahead, brawl these 5 minions. and then running out one water elemental afterwards, that's not going to save you against the warrior.
This is actually a pretty awkward hand for Thunder. I actually like the Acolyte hero power. Acolyte's going to draw at least a card, and at this point, you really need just something else in your hand. Right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I gotta think he's just considering the polymorph. He does get the draw off of Thalnos. The fact that he's held onto this mirror image so long, maybe you're thinking that he's holding the polymorph. I think it's a really tough play, actually. Yeah, I wouldn't have minded the Acolyte at all. There it is. Just in time.
It's just in time, but there is actual consideration on which one to polymorph here.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you... I mean, you're playing it this turn, whatever you hit, I think you run out the mirror image as well, yeah.
Starting to look very doable for Mikhail.
I agree, he's really hanging in there. The fact that he's got another draw coming from Thalnos makes this, yeah, not so dire.
Yeah, he isn't getting any value out of Tony, but maybe just the big body is enough value at this point. That's not what he was looking for.
Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot.
Oh man, that is really good though.
That's huge. That's like game winning.
I don't know if it's game winning, because Thunder still has a few big minions left in his deck. Actually, he's got the rag. What else does he have?
That's another interesting
Oh, he doesn't have
consideration.
rag. He actually doesn't have Ragnaros in this deck.
Yeah, he does not.
Wow, is this doable?
See, the thing is now with that, he didn't opt to go to hit face. Again, I think maybe just playing too passively. Warax suddenly helps Thunder out so much. And like he knows Gorehal's in the deck as well. I think that was a mistake.
Where does it go?
Jeez.
Wow.
Alright, so what does Thunder have then? You don't Tankmaster. You know there's a there's an Antonidas coming, and you just save this Tankmaster for that, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, he's got 6 cards left in his deck. Reasonable chance he top decks it. He really doesn't need the 3 damage each turn.
What other minions does he have? How many cards do each player have?
So 7 for Thunder, now 5 for Mikhail.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what else he's got.
got BGH. That's a huge second War Axe.
No
I
kidding.
think this is going to fatigue. I think that is the game plan.
See, here I actually wouldn't mind running out the Tinkmaster, because now you can afford to hit Antonidas with the War Axe and execute.
He's not even going to use it. Wow. And I don't think he's going to be using that either.
I would just armor pass.
Boy,
Absolutely.
I think this is tough. I don't hate running out the Acolyte, to be honest.
I don't hate it. Oh, wait, this is
gonna
sick.
Tinkmaster, okay.
I didn't think about this.
Ooh.
If he's been watching the tournament, he knows that all we've seen today is Devil Source. Blizzard has just flipped on the Devil Source switch
True.
today.
And I think that's a game-winning 50-50. Like, I think the game was probably won anyways for Thunder, but that's going to seal it for sure. I don't like this execute play, but... No, he's not going to use execute. Okay.
I see. So what spells can Mikhail get here?
What
Yikes.
spells does he have?
Trying to think, does he have I think he's used both mirror images. I'm not sure what he's got left, if anything.
He's got 3 cards left, right? I think he
2
has
cards left.
Oh well. I think he has a Frostbolt.
There's a Drake.
Ooh.
Interesting. Yeah, do you send the 4 damage face? Whirlwind Execute?
I think so.
Yeah, honestly, I would send it face.
I wonder.
It's gonna die anyways.
Oh,
To the hero power
whoa,
mage.
whoa, whoa. Why? This cannot
What?
happen.
How will we ever know who would?
Yeah. Yeah, what is this? Here, let's see if I can just jump back into the game. This would be from Mikhail's perspective. Boy, I really hope nothing happened. May
I
already
just
be
wanted to know
full
what the
or
last
finished.
card was. Like,
Yeah.
we know who's gonna win. I don't think Mage has any chance in that game. But I wanted to.
Well,
think
hopefully-
it was a Frostbolt.
Hopefully nothing happened on their end. Let's check out the bracket real quick. Boy, sorry about that, guys. So we're still seeing 2-2 here. And Quatach and Lord Cacturn also sitting at 2-2. Yeah, not able to get back into this game. Well, actually not able to get into either of the games. Oh, maybe we can jump in, catch the end of Quatach. I'm going to be mashing a refresh here.
Oh, there's an update.
Well,
There is.
Thunder 1.
Thunder one, okay. Which I do think we
okay,
expect.
as we expected.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I think we know who is winning this one.
Oh
Not
boy.
the- Yeah, seeing the BGH and the Execute. I believe this one.
I would personally draw with the Acolyte first.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't actually know what Kotachi has played, but if he has any kind of activator for Grom, you could just faceless a giant. Why not? Really? I just don't know if you actually need to do that. Probably better to just Karen.
All right, deck list up now. Boy, taking a look at Quatach's Warrior. You know, I took a brief look at all this stuff going into the tournament. Solid play here, too. He's running double Emperor Cobra and Ysera.
Oh yeah, this deck. Yeah, I noticed this. He's running so much removal with the double BGH, double Brawl, and these Emperor Cobras. And I was gonna say that sounds very good against Handlock, and it looks like it did very good against just that.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
Emperor Cobra is a card I'd completely forgot even existed till I looked at his deck list.
Yeah,
Quatach-
yeah, I never see it.
He wasn't the one who ran Patient Assassin. That was Patish.
That was
in the
Patish.
EU.
But he
Yeah.
ran Deathwing in his Druid.
He's
and
still running Deathwing. in his
he
Druid.
is. He is.
It's still there.
Okay, so now if we take a look, the updated bracket, I believe, yeah, it's going to give us Quatach and Thunder versus Severe and Dallin. So we'll be spectating these, running through both of them, and yeah,
I
we'll
think
message.
Severe and Dallin should probably go next since they have both been waiting a little bit longer. So viewer actually, I think, started his match a little bit early before the round 1 matches had all ended.
Well,
So he's been waiting for a while.
Let's see. Yeah, oh, okay. Why don't we do that? I'll message the two of them. We'll start with Severe and Down. Oh, right. I guess I can just message them in-game. What am I thinking? Down. Go ahead. Get started. Oh, God. Great work. Severe. As well. Okay. And I'll just message these other guys, let them know that we'll wait on theirs. All right. So, yeah, when they're ready, we'll jump in. Now, Dallin and Quitachi both made it quite far in the previous tournament. Was it the two of them in the finals?
It was.
Correct?
They were the
Yeah.
finalists.
So an opportunity to meet up again. Now, of course, Quitachi did have the bye this time around, so he's only won the single series here, but yeah, Dallin working his way up once again. Looks like a 3-0 into a 3-1. Something that I've always find really interesting with card games, and there's so much conversation around how much skill versus luck, and I think nobody can deny that there's a lot of luck involved in a game like Hearthstone, but very cool to see some of the same people just gunning for the finals once again.
Yeah, definitely think it's cool that the people who we knew are good, Kutachi and Dallin, both continuing to be good. I think just proving that they are skilled Hearthstone players.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really cool for the community that people are able to do that. Place highly in multiple tournaments in a row.
Yeah,
We'll see if they can continue in the future, but for now, they just got to focus on their current opponents.
Yeah, and already seen a bit of hype for Quitachi. I know we barely got to view his play up to this point. After he wins the last tournament, people want to see him again. He's talked about streaming. It's a cool way in a small kind of tight-knit community to get your name out there by just proving yourself. Well, 2 tournaments in a row.
We'll see when we are able to get this started. I think the 2 players are just going through bans and stuff like that. It is worth mentioning that Dallin is running the same kind of hybrid mid-range control hunter that he was running last tournament. That was one of the more exciting decks that actually did really well even in the finals. So
Yeah, it's a good point, and it's WEUO? Question mark?
yes, I think.
Oh, we go. I assume is what that was. WEUO? I will assume.
U isn't even next to the G on the keyboard, SMH.
Oh. You didn't match it.
That was supposed to be we up.
Oh, we up. There we go.
That makes
yes,
more
it is.
sense.
We up.
Yeah.
Genius.
I did mention it a little bit before, but Severe is playing that mid-range shaman that I'm going to keep pointing out because I like the deck. I think it is very good. He's running a single copy of Bloodlust as well. So if he gets ahead on board, he can do some scary things.
Yes, it's still waiting on the bans here.
A lot of thinking to do.
I see, yeah. We're still in bans. Well, I guess here we can just like bring these onto the screen, keep you guys somewhat busy. So this is what we're going to be seeing from Severe. This is his lineup. Druid, Shaman, Rogue, and Warlock, so...
It's got that Zoolock too. Nothing too fancy in the deck, but it is Zoolock. It's something we didn't see a lot of last time.
Yeah.
And, that being said, unless he gets the Zoo into the Druid, he doesn't actually have a lot of great matchups for the Zoo into Dalin's lineup.
Yeah, you know, I'm a little unsure about this Hunter. So this here is what Dalin's brought. And yeah, I'm not really sure what to think of that matchup. I actually did play his previous Hunter list on ladder a little bit after he did it, and I didn't have a lot of success with it. It obviously did well in the tournament format. But yeah, interested to see how it does today. So it looks like we've got the Rogue from Dalin being banned, and Druid from Severe has been banned.
So Dalin banned Severe's Druid, and Severe banned Dalin's Rogue, to be clear.
Yes, yes. So
Warlock, Rogue, Shaman versus Druid, Warlock, Hunter. I mean, Druid is kind of the standard round one best of 5 deck. So I was going to say, I would imagine Severe probably just runs out the Zoo, but we actually have something completely different. We've got Dalin's Handlock and Severe's Miracle Rogue, this looks like. He's got a Violet Teacher, which isn't going to help a whole lot in this specific matchup. But it's worth mentioning.
yeah, let me just get the deck list set up for Severe here.
Oh, this is a hand from Dalin. This is exactly what you want to be seeing against Rogue, almost. Actually, I would say one of the few good matchups into Rogue is the Handlock. Obviously, Rogue can still just do funny things, but Handlock does funny things as well.
Yeah.
Turn 4 turn 4 giant into turn 5 giant. I don't actually think you tap, even though it's technically mana efficient, because sap makes you sad for Dalin. So you just play the 4 mana giant on turn 5. I don't know how much it actually matters though, because this is about to become a very oppressive board state. You're actually,
Oops.
I was gonna say he might be forced to just throw out the Gadgetzan and pray that he can pop off. I don't know. What do you think? Do you tap here for Dahlin? I don't think you do.
I have no idea. I'm still trying to set up, but for some reason, the deck lists on Severe side have completely broken, so...
Well, that's no good.
Yes, really not good.
Are you talking about on the spreadsheet?
No, just on my computer. There we
Okay.
go. And now I think we can finally get it set back up. There we go. Boy, I'm not sure what the issue was. Sorry about that.
So yours does have the backstab eviscerate. You can backstab prep Evis, conceal his Gadgetzan. So that does deal with the 2 giants from Dahlin. If that's the line he wants to go with.
Huh. Yeah, okay, let me get my head in the game here.
Don't worry, I got it.
Perfect.
Maybe.
Yeah, carry it, please.
A great track record. Haven't messed up anything this stream.
Yeah, that's how I remember it.
Well, good news is he's got a Gadgetzan on the field, and Dahlin doesn't exactly have an answer. I guess you just play the Sylvanas? Maybe? There's actually a lot
Boy,
of damage
yeah.
coming through next turn, though, with this Leroy double Cold Blood. He can... If he draws, like, a sap, this
What?
can be a lot of damage.
I was just about to ask, have we seen a sap yet from Severe?
Nope, we have not.
So no sap, 14 cards in the deck. Yeah, I'm guessing that's the hesitation on playing Sylvanas then.
Yeah. He had to use both Eviscerates on the Mountain Giants, but he did have both Eviscerates, so... Well, that's... Does that help?
Almost out of time.
I like the Doomsayer here, I think. You,
Wait.
heal yourself in Doomsayer? Maybe you don't heal
Okay,
yourself.
yeah.
That just plays in a Poison Flurry.
Yeah, I feel like that's about all you can do in this position.
Digging for a sap. Not gonna get it though. Unless.
There you go.
There it is. But now I don't even know if you play it. I'm actually wondering if you... Well, there's no real way to kill the Doomsayer as well.
Wait, can you just win here?
You're one off.
You hit, you play flurry, yeah, you are one.
You're one off, and I believe... I believe he's used his first prep early on to deal with the Giants. No, that's not right. He's still got a prep in his deck. I think.
Well, if he still has a prep, then he does have a way to draw into lethal.
Not gonna do it, but he is gonna set Dahlin to 1.
Yeah, which I mean, why not? The whelps get cleared by the Doomsayer as well.
Ooh. Well, this is a rough situation. I believe this is lethal.
Yep.
Yeah. You sap Blade Flurry, or just Drake Blade Flurry. You don't even need the weapon.
Wow.
There it is.
Well, alright, game 1. The Severe. So, Rogue, out of the picture.
Well, good news is, you don't need to play against Rogue anymore.
Yeah, that's right. just lose the rogue. It's like banning it.
It's really good to get those super bad matchups out of the way first.
I mean, like I was saying, a lot of this is going to come down to whether or not Zephyr can get a win off of this Zulok, because I actually think, besides the Druid, the other two matchups are very unfavorable for it. But we'll see. I might be underestimating how much it can do. So, with that in mind, if Dallin agrees with that line of thinking, where his Warlock Hunter are both favored into Zoo, he definitely does not want to play Druid here. And that's basically.
Yeah.
Besides
yeah,
that, he can just pick whichever one he feels more comfortable with into Shaman. And Shaman is a very strong deck into Handlock, as you may know. It is not a fun matchup for the Handlock when your Drake gets killed by a silence.
Yeah. Yeah, and here we are.
That's not the only reason why the matchup is bad, but it is a big part of it.
Yeah.
See?
Oh, there's the Earth Shock. Hex is going to be good. I do find it.
Yeah, it's got the answer to the Giant and the Drake.
Yeah. I do think
Okay.
that Mana Tide could have been actually a good keep. I feel like in this matchup, you get a lot of opportunity to draw. Only one Soulfire in the deck of Dallin.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he didn't actually play or didn't keep the Mana Tide. I'm also kind of surprised he didn't play the Abusive that turn. Just force 3 damage. But
I guess playing the long game into Bloodlust, perhaps.
I suppose. I kind of would have liked the Coin Defender. But it doesn't really matter too much just yet.
Yeah, now does this force a reaction? Like you said, Twilight Drake, so often silenced. Okay, just a Doomsday.
I don't know if it forced a reaction, but it's going to get one. I mean, this eats an Earth Shock, and then he has to deal with the other Earth Shock.
Wow.
That's a big draw. In this case, I actually think you play the one that was already in your hand. So your opponent's like, well, okay, he played the Earth Shock he was saving for my Twilight Drake. Now I can play Twilight Drake. Looks like he's just going to not use either of them, though. He's going to use his Rockbiter Defender to deal the damage.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I do like that that thought process, though. I think it's interesting. Like, everybody always says, yeah, play the most recently drawn card. Kind of hints that, yeah, you don't have another one in the hand, but I do like that. I think that throws people off.
How quickly you play it.
Yeah, that's a fair point, too.
You'd love to play Mana Tide right now.
Oh,
So
kidding.
sad. Well. Molten Giant gets hexed. Drake gets Earth Shocked. The next Drake also gets Earth Shocked. This is a very sad position for Handlock.
It is, yeah. Yeah, very straightforward play here from Severe.
He even has the Flame Tongue to get a good trade. Actually, it doesn't even Flame Tongue, he just Fire Elementals.
Yeah.
Which also gets a good trade on the 3/3. Crazy. He's got all the options.
Wow. Yeah, I guess Siphon Soul probably makes the most sense here. One of the beefiest targets in Severe's list.
What are your thoughts on Violet Teacher Lightning Storm here? Just throw it out. He's not going to do it, but
Yeah,
I don't think it's as troll as it looks.
I don't think. No, I don't think I like it. There's still a lot of opportunity to get value out of Lightning Storm going forward.
What is this going to discard?
Well, sadly for Dallin, we see the other Earth Shock, and boy, if he draws into anything else big, another Hex waiting for him.
Don't like to see that. But he's not drawing into anything big just yet. There's the drought.
there it
The
is.
giant that is just going to get hexed.
Oh boy.
Oh wait, this is just lethal. Never mind.
Yeah, we didn't see the Alec here draw.
It turns out you don't need to hex the giant when you can kill the face.
Yeah, though we have seen a few times today people opting not to take their opportunity to get lethal. Win a turn or two later, right?
Yeah. He was probably winning anyways. He could have just hexed Lightning Storm, cleared the board, and then what do you do to respond other than pray for top deck Molten Giant
Yeah.
when you've
yeah.
already played one?
Okay, so that removes the Shaman. Now, I gotta refresh my memory. Right, the Druid has been banned, so I guess that just leaves Warlock.
3 games of Zoo.
Yeah.
And he's got a Druid facing up on the other side. It's not the most Zoo tech Druid. It does have 2 Ancient of Wars,
I am your nightmare.
but he will need to survive to play both of those.
Yes, yes.
I was going to say, I almost wonder if you just play the Druid and get that matchup out of the way.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it goes back to that earlier conversation. Do you feel the need to get a bit of that momentum, get a win under your belt, or yet you just go headstrong into your worst matchup because it's got to take place at some point?
Yeah, I mean, I think most people go for their worst matchup last. It's generally the more standard tournament order.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think I tend to like it. That just mental momentum that you get with it, I think can be pretty noteworthy.
You just drop Doomsayer. Even if it dies, he's spending so much damage to kill it, and then you just Hellfire.
Wow,
That's
Well,
that is a good draw.
definitely don't want it to die, but at least you have a clear on most of the board. Maybe you don't even clear yet.
Yeah, I think I like the Hellfire here. And really looking at Severe's position. We'll see what this
Severe has
draws.
drawn all 1-drops. Okay, there's a not 1-drop.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. This is very thin on 2-drops as well. I think I see typical zoos either have 4 or 6 2-drops. I do want to say 6 is more common, but yeah, opting for just 4 here. No power overwhelmings makes this matchup a lot more difficult as well.
I kind of like... Well, maybe Defender's not good enough. The positioning is a little bit awkward. You can't quite clear off the 4-5, but fortunately, there's no Shadow Flame to back it up just yet. It's a good draw.
Yeah, a good rule of thumb for me when I'm playing Zoo against Handlock is to keep Squires on the outside so I can get as much value out of the Wolf as possible. That's like the
Yeah.
only way for you to kill the Giants.
Makes sense.
Zulok skill expression. It does exist.
Yeah, I genuinely think that this skill cap of Zoo is so underrated.
I think it's higher than people realize, but I wouldn't say it's very high.
No, I don't think it's like one of the highest skill cap decks, but I think when you do play it at its highest potential, it makes the deck so good, better than what you're used to from all the bots on ladder. And I'm really not surprised to see somebody playing Zoo looking at a potential 3-0 to go to the finals here.
He's debating on silencing the. I think if you do that, you kind of have to tap again. You need the cards.
Yeah, his hand is just not.
Does have the Sunwalker. That's the good news.
Hmm.
There isn't a lot of good news after that.
No, yeah, I have to agree with you. Not a ton of burst potential from Severe. And I think you really just want to get into those Moltens. You've got an Argus, you get to heal with the Farseer.
You can clear this board for Severe. You Argus. I was going to Argus the Divine Shield. It's generally the better one. But either way. What I was actually thinking is Argus the 1/1 and the 2/2, and then so that becomes a 3/3. The Direwolf does. You hit that into the 2/1, and then you Abusive, and then Elven Archer, the 4 health minion, and so you get the 2/2 taunt basically with Divine Shield. You following?
Sort of, but yeah, Severe also seems to think there was some sort of mistake there, so maybe actually thinking the same thing as you.
He can actually Direwolf Defender the other Direwolf and get a 5/5 to hit into this taunt.
Yeah, I guess more worried about...
Second Hellfire?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he needs a Molten Giant.
Yeah, Desperation.
And I think he's still dead.
Yeah, isn't he dead on board?
Yeah, this is...
Or 6, yeah.
13.
Man,
This is the confidently make a play and hope your opponent doesn't see. Okay, well, it is quick 3-0. That's going to put Severe into the finals.
an upset.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say not exactly favored there.
Well, no discredit to Severe, just Don was in the finals before.
Yeah, that's really all
Yeah, of
we've
course.
got to go off of is one previous tournament. Yeah, there's Ladder. Ladder, much different experience than this tournament setting.
Yeah, outside of the real big ladder players like Tatch and HDA. I guess he's more on EU, but I think he's been rank 1 NA before. But other than that, I don't think ladder is a huge indicator.
Yeah, definitely some crossover. I mean, you're going to do pretty well, I think, in both formats. If you're good in one, you're good in the other. But, yeah, it definitely depends. Are you the type of player that likes to stick to one deck and ride that out to the top of the ladder? Because it doesn't translate nearly as well as somebody who plays a variety when it comes to these tournaments. As these guys are getting ready here, let me just... I assume we don't have any bans yet.
I'm actually gonna step away for a few minutes.
I was about to as well, so... Yeah, quick bathroom break. Chin Chin, entertain the crowd. The pressure is on.
Best of luck.
All right. So let's see. Let me pull up these deck lists real quick. We got Kotaj versus Thunder. We got Deathwing in this druid. Very interesting. Ysera with the warrior. And a control hunter for Thunder. I imagine both rogues are getting banned. If we end up seeing a warrior mirror, I think Quatach is definitely favored. Having two faceless. No rag in Thunder's warrior, actually.
We're back. Let's see. Any progress here? Still hanging out.
I just noticed there's no rag in Thunder's warrior.
Oh, yeah. I think we highlighted that before. Very interesting. I don't think I've ever really seen that before.
I think I saw it once, like looking for decks online. I don't know if I've ever played against it, though.
Yeah, if I have played against it, I probably just assumed they never drew rag.
Yeah. But if there's a warrior mirror, I think Quatach is definitely favored. Having two faceless, rag, Ysera, Cobras might actually be huge in that matchup.
Yeah, interestingly enough, those...
But the double BGH might not get much value because there's no rag.
Okay, looks like bans are in. So Quatachi has banned Thunder's Rogue. Thunder has banned Quatachi's Druid.
I'm excited for this one. A lot of interesting choices in these decks.
Yeah, well, I'm just getting the deck list up and ready here. Okay, we'll have Quatach here at the bottom. Now that everything is super jank on my end, this will just take a second. Grab Thunder's perspective here.
I cannot do that.
What were the bans?
Sorry, I'll jump back to that in a second. It was Rogue and Druid, right? So, oh wait, Hunter, there we go. Rogue, there we go. Yeah, let me just make sure I got that right. Yeah, so Quatach has banned Thunder's Rogue. Thunder has banned Quatach's Druid. Alright, here we go. Next semifinal match. So yeah, taking a look at this. Thunder seems to have queued up. I don't know if it's a favorable, but at least a pretty good matchup. Probably what he's hoping for with this Hunter. He's got Snipe, double deadly shot to deal with Gadget Sands, Harrison to take out weapons, and then really just a lot of ways to deal damage. Leprognomes, the hero power.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of rogue hate in this list.
Yeah.
And I think it's the most favorable out of the rest of his decks against rogue.
Yeah, so great for him to queue up like this in game one. Now, something that I find really interesting here, and we'll see an opportunity for it here from Quatach. Now, I play a lot of this, not this same trap style hunter, but like a control hunter that runs deadly shots. Not so much snipe. But one of the hardest counters to a list like that is actually to play Gadget Sand and then Shadow Step it, so it can't be hit with Deadly Shot. And then the following turn, you've got a cheap Gadget Sand where you can play all these spells and get your draw that way. I'm real curious to see if Quatach goes for something like that. yeah, on 5 or potentially right after.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the way to go. Gotta be scared of snipe.
Okay, so yeah, nothing to really set up. See if he starts looking for something with that tracking. Yeah, and there's the deadly shot. I think you snag it in anticipation of the gadgets in. But very, very curious to see if Quatach picks up on gadgets and Shadow Step. You really don't need it for the Leroy in this matchup.
What do you think about just tossing Freezing Trap out there, making them think that it's snipe?
I love that. And honestly, Freezing Trap on its own, still pretty solid. Like, let's say Quatach runs out an Azure Drake, then there's no risk of Cold Blood on it. You don't have to deal with immediate removal. I don't think you really care that much about getting a charge on a bow that is not in your hand. So, to me, that's more useful than the hero power there.
Well, let's see if he Shadow Steps this Gadget's hand.
It seems like he's thinking about it. And even has the ability to Gadget Sand backstab Shadow Step. But opts not to. Here, I think Harrison is just fine as well. I don't think you need to maximize your draws. I don't think it needs to be on a deadly poison. You get a solid body on board. Yeah, I love this play.
I imagine he's going Gadget's hand Conceal, right?
The fact that he didn't Shadow Step it the previous turn, I think there's a reasonable chance of it. But I wonder if there wasn't something else that he was looking for. He seems a bit hesitant to do it here. Now, being able to conceal and prep here, you know, maybe that's just enough. You prep the fan, you don't really need the Gadget's hand to survive. But I guess he's got to be concerned about this body, right? So maybe he does just go prep Eviscerate.
Sapped it.
Interesting.
I'm not too sure about that one.
I don't love it, but I don't mind it. You get your Eviscerate probably for damage to the face, which is still very important in the matchup. Yeah, if he's going to remove the Gadget's hand, doesn't have an opportunity to get the body of Harrison back out. And Thunder's already got so many cards in hand, yeah, maybe he's just not concerned about his weapon getting hit by another Harrison. Boy, yeah, still just not presenting any threats from the rogue here.
Yeah, that's a hand right there. I would be really sad if I was Quatach right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking if you start, wow, actually looking at this Leroy, but I was thinking if you start pushing damage with this bow, get some of those traps out, you don't need very much value off of a freezing and explosive, even if it's just dealing 2 damage to his hero. Getting that charge should be enough to whittle him down. Now, of course, he doesn't know that the hand is quite this dead from Quatach, so probably thinking about starting to prepare for some burst potential. Is it unleash after this, or she's gonna throw up the trap? Interesting. Potentially even 2. Okay, just to get the hero pair. You know, I wouldn't have minded Wild Pyromancer there either, just to take out the whelps, even if it damages your own Leroy, but still not too bad. Yeah, I really just don't see a lot that that Quatach can do here. I mean, he can proc the trap if he chooses, or hold off. Remove Leroy.
Yeah, proc the trap first, and then maybe send SI to face.
Yeah, SI might as well eviscerate while you can. Let's see. If he stays alive, draws Leroy. 6, 10, 14, 20, 24. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just his out. No way to draw more cards, but still 13 left in his deck. Just, it's an out, but it's a very unlikely one.
Let's see, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20.
I mean, all he's got to do is roll Huffer here, right?
Yeah.
You roll Huffer. If that doesn't work, probably throw up the misdirect. But I mean, seeing that damage come from the SI and the Eviscerate, his Thunder's just going to try to play this as safe as possible. Get up the Freezing Trap in anticipation, perhaps. Which, boy, yeah, it was a mistake. Could have done it previously to not kill his own Pyromancer. But yeah, can still get the misdirect. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even with the Leroy draw there wouldn't have helped. Just not a lot you can do there.
That one was all just luck of the draw. I hate seeing hands like that when I'm playing Rogue.
Yeah, real unfortunate. But, I mean, it's a great deck. Good news is, Quatach can play it again, and without risking running into that Hunter.
Yep. Got that bad matchup out of the way first. That's I was really scared of playing against Handlock. So when Cactarine won as Handlock the first game, I was really happy. So I'm like, oh man, I don't have to deal with that no more.
Right. Just no fear in queuing up after that. Okay, so it looks like Warlock here.
Speaking of Handlock,
Yeah.
what do you think about the Druid Handlock matchup?
Well, let's bring up the list here first. See what he's up against. Okay, well, I mean, I think really what it tends to come down to is the combo, right? It's this whole back and forth cat and mouse game of like 14 is his magic number. Can you set up a big taunt wall? But double BGH, which is something that I think is a lot more viable here in a tournament versus on ladder, I think it really makes it like a pretty even matchup overall.
Yeah, could really go anyway.
Bit unusual though, the Druid running 2 Argent Commanders just to get like a bit more burst. So if you don't have that combo, maybe that with one other minion and a Savage Roar, that could actually be how we see a game end.
I think I probably would have innervated the Druid of the Claw there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's just saving it for Cairn, which is real difficult to deal with. The way that his list is built with all these chargers, I'm thinking that he's just thinking of Druid of the Claw as more of a charger, and it's got a risk of dying to Soulfire here in the opening, so I'm guessing that's his reasoning for it. Yeah, I think I like this, actually.
The Earth Mother near.
Okay, so Quatacha, I'm sure, is considering the possibility of a BGH. He knows he's up against two. But that Mountain Giant will just, assuming no top deck BGH, I'll be able to get some good work done here.
The scary part is that he doesn't have it, so the longer he holds the giant, the more likely he will be going into BGH.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward things where you don't want it to be a game-losing play, but yeah, exactly as you said, the longer you wait, the more chance that that they've got to draw it. But I suppose the same thing goes for this Twilight Drake, right? 2 silences in those keepers,
Yeah.
which also aren't in the hand of Thunder. But yeah, which like pick your poison here.
Where shall I strike? Where shall I strike?
This is interesting. Is this actually... He's so hesitant to run out the Mountain Giant. Do you think he's going to go for a Siphon Soul play here?
I'm not sure if that would be correct.
Yeah, hard to say. There aren't that many big minions in the list that Thunder's running. Okay, we're going to go with the Giant. I think that's the right move. I mean, obviously we know with no BGH, there's not an immediate answer. Ooh, discarding the Molten.
That's a pretty big loss.
I'm sure that's not what he was hoping to lose. But at the same time, I find Molten can sometimes be an awkward card in these matchups because, well, Druid is so bursty. You're not guaranteed an opportunity to play him. But yeah, I'm sure something like that Watcher going would have been much more preferable.
Yeah, I would probably just drop the commander.
Okay. Well, interesting as well. Now Quatach certainly has the information, no BGH in the hand of Thunder. Of course, not able to take advantage of that right now. But if he comes into another Molten Giant, he's going to be able to play it with a lot more confidence.
It's a really awkward turn for Quatach here.
Yeah. Okay, really nice to be able to set up some taunts here, because, yeah, Bane here does. It just makes everything awkward. No great Shadow Flame target. But I love this. Getting a taunt wall up. Taking out the 4-2, and now it becomes... While on board, a lot more awkward for Thunder. Gonna be able to take advantage of these spells, most likely.
Yeah, I imagine a Swipe Wrath coming.
Yeah, I gotta think that's the line. Trying to work anything else out here. He could also just double Wrath for the draw, right? Run Bane into the 4/5, kill 2 4/1s. It looks like gonna draw first and just see before he makes a decision. Finally getting one of those BGHs, really nice. Yeah, I like this play.
All right, friends, I return.
Are you full?
Back.
I am.
Perfect. That's what we need.
What have I, what's the score so far?
So 1-0 for Thunder. Was able to use his Trap Hunter to counter Miracle Rogue. So in a pretty good spot. And here now. So this is his first BGH. Blasting a Molten Giant after Quatach discarded his other Molten Giant from a Soulfire. So things looking pretty dire on the side of Quatach.
I see he's already in a position where he doesn't get to play around combo, which is always fun. It's like, well, if he has this, I am dead no matter what line I do.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of just have to play with that assumption, which does not feel very good. The good news is there is no combo for Thunder.
Yeah. So we've seen one of the Argent Commanders. One Argent Commander, one Druid of the Claw. He's just got so much charge ability that if he can get to, like, I assume he's drawing here. If you can get even just the one Savage Roar, there's so much stuff that works with it.
Oh,
Now
definitely
what?
siphon the 5/5 here. But I'm not sure what we would want to follow that up with.
I don't hate Twilight Drake Defender.
Yeah, I was looking at, like, could you do that with the Owl even? It all just feels so...
Could also Twilight Drake Siphon Soul. It's pretty good. But you really want to save the coin for Jiraxis. I guess it's not a huge deal, but getting the 6/6 the turn you play Jiraxis is non-trivial.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I'm just not sure that this is a Jiraxis game, especially the way that Thunder's Druid is built. It's just got too much burst.
It's usually not a Jiraxis game against Druid. I will agree with you there, but now that you've drawn it, you want to get value out of it wherever you can.
Yeah, no, I could see that reasoning to keep it. All right, building up a bit more of a taunt wall. Boy, that silence on the Drake. So you only need
Pretty good.
Yeah. Only need 6 mana to be able to kill the Drake with the Wrath and
Oh my
keep
God,
her.
what a
Oh,
draw.
jeez.
Actually, I guess that's not as good as it looked initially. You still need to use the silence. The swipe only does 1 extra damage to the 2/3, basically.
Well, he knows both Molten Giants are gone, so if he swipes the Owl, kills the Drake, it looks like he's not going to do that. He can just push 9, really without fear of Moltens, and he's got Harrison for the Jiraxis as well. But yeah, it's really not a huge deal what he does here. With a hand like that, jeez.
An Argent Commander. It's an interesting card. How much damage is this? 10 with the Force of Nature swipe plus 11 on board. It's a lot.
Yes, how does Quatach survive? So even if he siphons souls,
He would have to siphon Farseer, siphon the 5 mana or the
yeah.
each
Yeah,
door.
then he's at 21. Just barely keeps him alive, but yeah, then no way back into it afterwards.
Yeah, I think that's the only way out.
Has he... Okay, interesting. He used the one Shadow Flame, but not both. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Because I wonder if it's correct to even just tap and desperately look for a Shadow Flame to clear the board.
Wouldn't be unreasonable. But gonna matter now. Thunder's got the damage. Isn't gonna hesitate. He knew the damage that he had.
Alright, well. 2-0 for Thunder.
Well, once again, we got the Warrior for Thunder.
Are we going to get another upset?
Potentially. If I remember correctly, Thunder is another player who is usually pretty high legend.
Yeah, currently ranked 39. I mean, it's pretty early in the season, but...
Kotachi's also ranked really high right now, too.
yeah, he is. 22. Well, let's see. Yeah, we know it's Warrior. And this is that kind of anti-rogue Warrior. I'm guessing that's not what we're going to see straight away from Kotach, but... we've been here before. It kind of doesn't matter. Warrior versus Warrior. Well, I'm just personally happy to see this because this Warrior is really, really interesting to me.
I love the Warrior Mirror.
Yeah,
I'm
hate it,
less
but
of a fan.
I'm with Shin Chin on this one. I think it's fun. But I bet you've never played a Warrior Mirror where one of them has double Emperor Cobra.
Very true. He's also got double Faceless and a Ysera, so he's really all in on this late game value.
Yeah, and
Kotachi is, to be clear.
yeah, I remember when we interviewed him at the end of the last tournament, he talked through why he chose the decks that he did. He was assuming a lot of controlled decks, and he wanted stuff that would easily counter controlled decks. So, yeah, Ysera, something that can get a lot of value, double Faceless. The Emperor Cobras, I'm not really sure exactly what they're there to combat. I would guess Druid? But I don't think they're going to shine in this matchup just because
It
they're
was mainly
so...
a handlock tech, right?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's a handlock tech.
You drop one on 3, the handlock cries because they can't play anything.
Prevent a 4-drop? Okay, yeah, I could see that.
That's what makes the most sense to me for this Emperor Cobra. I still don't think it's a 2-of, but he's got this nice clean deck list with all dupes and legendaries.
Yeah. It does look nice here.
I think you're okay only getting one card off of Acolyte in this matchup, because you don't really want to just draw your whole deck.
Generally speaking, yeah, I'm a fan of actually just hoping to get a single draw.
Yeah, this is a matchup both of you have, or even just a deck that both of you have much more experience with than I do. I am not a big control player, I will not lie. Maybe I'll let y'all take over a little bit more.
Well, there's a lot to commentate on. Armor up followed by armor up. I think here we're going to see an armor up Probably, maybe another armor. Yeah, actually worth noting, like, even here, it is so... It feels terrible to do something like coin Sylvanas on an empty board like this. Such a high chance you just get shield slammed, even an execute, you get no value off of it. Whereas in the mirror, one of the biggest things to do with Sylvanas is actually shield slam it yourself and take something that's really big from your opponent. You're not always going to be doing that, of course, but I generally don't like it here. Yeah, on an empty board. You basically have to outvalue your opponent in the mirror. Your executes need to hit high value targets. You want theirs to hit lower value stuff. So this is where, yeah, I think you just get these full hands and you're kind of sitting in anticipation, equipping that War Axe to strip some armor. It's like very, very minimal value. But it prevents overdraw at 10 cards.
I'm personally not sure about hitting face yet.
He's playing around
with the weapon.
Harrison, maybe? Which there is a Harrison for Thunder, if he wants to play it. I do like how Thunder... I like his strategy of targeting the rogue, at least, where he's been leaving it up. He has Harrison in 3 of his 4 decks. I will say, we've been talking about the Warrior with all the tech cards, but really his whole lineup has this theme of beating rogue.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And I think that's a great strategy for the tournament in general. It's just, you really want to know what you want to hone in on. But yeah, this is actually really interesting. The ideal situation for Sylvanas is following up Cairn here. Unless there's a silence or...
Go for Tankmaster here.
Yeah, some sort of Tankmaster play.
It always works.
But unfortunately...
He's not going to do it, but it would be funny.
Boy, this is interesting. Maybe I have an outdated version of this list from Quitachi, but I don't have Tankmaster.
Well, it's Thunder's Tankmaster.
Oh, it's Thunder. There, thank you. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Easy to confuse the two. I'm sitting here staring, being like, how is this possible?
They're just both so excellent players. It's easy to get them confused.
Yeah, that's right.
What you meant to say, of course.
Yeah. Something, this is why I cast.
I like that.
Oh man.
I think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so kind of like I talked about before. Shield slamming your own thing, very, very good.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised he didn't shield slam his own... Like, Quitachi didn't shield slam his own Sylvanas last turn. It seemed like the obvious play to me, and now it opens him up to that. Now he is in a very bad spot. But does have good ways to kill off the Sylvanas, so it's not all doomed, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that was kind of the only counter for it, was that one Faceless. Maybe just figured not worth playing around it too much. But yeah, if you're talking in terms of getting value from your removal, yeah, Thunder's just going to get a lot more value here.
He does have the Slam Execute. Probably follow it up with the Cobra. Now that the weapon is gone, it'll most likely deal with the Cairn, except there's another weapon.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, we
but
see
from his knowledge,
fiery War Axe. I think it's very reasonable, yeah. So another interesting thing I find in this matchup is a brawl. You know, both of these players at least were kind of going for the same strategy, which you'd expect, building up a ton of armor, looking to get the most value out of your cards. But if you do that and you're kind of just, you know, shield slamming the one thing that's on board, facelessing another thing that's big, it means that Brawl becomes a dead card. So now that Quitachi finds himself a little bit behind, I think it's very reasonable, and I wouldn't have even minded it on that previous turn to start looking for ways to utilize Brawl so that you can kind of even out that removal here.
Not surprised to see the Rag here. I was gonna say he could actually like Cruel Taskmaster execute and then Brawl for the 50-50 chance of removing the Karen completely. And like you said, there isn't a lot more value he's gonna get out of this card.
Yeah, I do like this, though. Even just Brawl to remove one of those minions, it's a 2-of in Quatach's deck. So if it just removes one of those things, and then you can Shield Block, Shield Slam, or yeah, Taskmaster execute the other one, I think that's appropriate value in this situation.
Push 12. Grom. It's not good. You can do it.
But you can do it.
Well, the Shield Slam feels really bad. But
Not great, but not terrible.
For the War Chief!
Let the pain speak to me.
Now let's see. Also, no Black Knight targets, right? In the deck of Thunder.
yep. That is a
Ooh.
that's a Yeti. Except worse because it costs more.
Yeah, yeah. I think I still like Karen here, though. Let's think. He's got 8 damage presented. Grom combo doesn't kill him. It's possible that you get out Ysera here. But, I mean, you have to know that there's still so many risks.
Yeah, Ysera is just you're assuming your opponent doesn't have removal in hand, which isn't unreasonable. He has played a BGH, he's played a Shield Slam, but
Ooh,
yeah.
that's painful for me.
It hurts, but I think I see the reasoning behind it, and I think I don't mind it. If you're running something like Ysera, your win condition can change in this matchup. Right, obviously 12 damage burst is great, but when you're this far behind, you need help. Like I said, you need to kind of optimize your removal, so to speak. Which means if you can do that, then Ysera might be able to generate enough value at the end of the game, hopefully some other minions, to actually be your win condition instead. So kind of reasonable. And
Oh yeah, I'm not used to running Ysera. That leaves Thunder with a great execute target. So Ysera should be safe if he ends up executing this.
and I think all he's considering now is, does he want to draw one from the Acolyte first, would be my guess.
Now it's all, does
Interesting.
Quatachi have the correct read that Thunder's out of removal? Because if he does and he just slams the Ysera, that is potentially problematic.
Yeah, I don't even think there's 5,
this,
6, 9. Oof.
To rule the board.
But knowing that there's 2 Brawls in the list of Thunder, I guess it's still okay getting that Karen out.
Thunder gets 2 draws out of Acolyte, but it's not actually guaranteed that's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm a little unsure of what to think about the Harrison play earlier. I don't think Thunder needs to be scared about drawing one card. But killing
how many
War Axe
cards?
could be good.
I have no time for games.
What are their decks at right now?
So Thunder now at 13 after that draw, and 11 for Quatach.
Good news for Thunder. It's an execute, but not one you can really afford to play. But maybe you have to just potentially give your opponent the 4/5, just so you can play Ysera without playing it into Sylvanas.
I think I would trade off the Taskmaster and then just throw out the Acolyte.
Yeah, because the Karen Death Rattle triggers before the Sylvanas Death Rattle, right? Those played
Yes.
first.
Yes.
Okay. So you can't do any shenanigans with that.
Yeah, I
You
think
can just play a bunch of small minions and hope one of them gets taken by.
Yeah,
it's like that's the play. Is he gonna execute?
Okay.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't trade in the 4/5.
Yeah, me too.
Now if you low roll, it's game losing potentially.
Oof.
That is
Really
really
good.
good though. That is. Thunder kind of wants to get rid of these.
Yeah. I mean, that was a reasonable risk to take, I guess. It does make it a little awkward to deal with anything else big now. Now that both the Taskmasters are out, you know, he's got the one execute, but he needs something on board to bop a minion to take advantage. And
that slam actually lets him get a Tankmaster playoff if he wants to deal with this Karen.
Yeah, that's just it. There's still so much removal on the side of Thunder that I think that execute could end up being dead or close to. Wow, we see our first squirrel of the day. This card does exist.
How that happen eventually?
Well, I think it's just War Axe, Black Knight, Armor Up.
That looks about right to me.
Oh, we're just gonna get the
man.
Ysera out.
Yeah, he's gonna play Ysera because he feels like he has to. Like, he can't just keep holding onto this card forever. That's not a great outcome because he's already used so many of his big cards.
Yeah, no, that's
That's
very unfortunate.
Honestly, we've seen like all of the legendaries from Kotachi. I probably would have Shield Slam executed, saved the Taskmaster for Grom. I don't know what y'all's thoughts are, but like we've seen Grom, we've seen Rag.
The thing
Karen,
is,
Sylvanas.
he doesn't know what this dream card is, though. So if it's like an Emerald Drake, probably still worth holding onto the Shield Slam.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it?
I would think so. Free kill on a 7/6.
Maybe.
But yeah, just
we have seen all the legendaries except for the Black Knight played by Kotachi. And
yeah,
we see the Black Knight right here. Not going to be... Actually, I think that's probably the play this turn. Black Knight, War Axe, Slam.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do you save the Slam as an execute proc at this point? You don't really want the draw.
Yeah.
So to me, that's the only consideration. I would probably armor up, but I don't think there's anything wrong with using Slam either.
Not a good spot for Kotachi.
No, at this point, Thunder can kind of just let Kotachi's bleed out, I think, right? As you said,
you're probably okay with shield slamming this now. Now that that's actually the last legendary. Because you would have to imagine if he had a big minion from Ysera, he would have played it instead of the Black Knight, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because I think it's also fine to, like, Korkron into this. But I'm okay with the shield slam, too. Because I guess same thing applies. If it is... The biggest thing you can get is an Emerald Drake. You can also run the Korkron. into that if the Taskmaster's ever alive, so...
Faceless could matter, but not this turn. I do like Thunder not playing this Armorsmith, playing around the second brawl for Kotachi. It's not gonna give up that potential game-losing brawl win.
Yeah. Yeah, trying to think of what Kotachi could possibly draw. I think he's got an Emperor Cobra left. There it is.
You could
Yeah.
Faceless it. That is surely not correct. But
Yeah, I don't know. Is that... as
fills
a
out your whole mana
desperation
curve.
play?
It's 10
Yeah.
mana with Hero Power.
Yeah.
What now?
What else do you get to Faceless? Maybe an Alex? Because he's probably not running out Grom until he wins the game.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Yeah, I think this is just a slow whittling down until the end here. I'm not even sure what mistakes you could make from Thunder's position.
Just keep playing these small minions for Kotachi, I guess. Why
Yeah, I mean,
not, really?
yeah. You run them out into the gore hell, or I guess you save it for your other brawl, hope for some sort of miracle outcome, but quite literally, I think Thunder could just press the end turn button every turn from now on and probably win.
There's 3 Armorsmith draws in a row.
I think that's actually not a bad idea because if Thunder plays out like Grom, then he facelesses it. It might have a chance.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he knows there's a faceless left. Why play with any sort of risk?
Yeah.
But honestly, this might be the faceless target. God, it's so bad. It still doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it just does 8 damage. And then you don't have a Faceless anymore. Actually, I think he still has one more. What are the deck sizes looking like?
2 and 2.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, not even gonna play out Alex. Just doesn't
need.
do anything.
I'm almost out of cards.
Throw
Yeah.
out a Whirlwind so you draw your last card. I don't even know if it matters, but...
Whirlwind or a Brawl or something. Yeah,
Well, you can't even Brawl, I don't think.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think you're right. It
you
doesn't
need,
let you
2
play it.
minions on board to Brawl.
All right, an Armorsmith. You can faceless this Armorsmith if you really want.
Oh, he's just gonna do this? This is funny.
Sure. Yeah.
That's correct.
Why
For
not?
sure. I'm surprised he didn't play the other one.
All right. Now you can have 2 injured Armorsmiths if you ask nicely.
Ooh, that's tempting. He can Brawl one of them away.
I mean, might as well. Literally the most Brawl value you're gonna get. And then here's the play. You faceless the other 1/3, and then you dream it into your hand to heal it. No, you don't like that play?
I don't know if I like any play here.
Concede button's looking okay right now.
I'm not gonna do that in a tournament. Not in the semifinals.
There's some merit to it.
Not unusable. Hold up, he dreams the other Armorsmith actually, so now he's got the full board control.
Oh my god. Yeah, just nothing here. Yeah, looking back on it, I mean, hard to say if there was a lot that Quatach could have done differently. I think maybe holding on to Ysera, like, I do see an issue in retrospect, obviously, right? We've got perfect information. But if you get to the end of a warrior mirror and you're sitting on a shield slam and an execute, I mean, Dream's very random. I wouldn't even count that. But you've run out all your threats. It seems like maybe you've done some kind of incorrect ordering. Now, of course, he was behind for a lot of this, so I know a lot of those plays came out of desperation. But yeah, if you're not able to utilize all your removal efficiently, like if you look at Thunder, you see he does not have that problem at all. Everything's been used very efficiently.
I mean, the big turn for me that I think kind of solidified the game, because Kotachi never really came back after it, was the turn where he played Sylvanas and had the ability to coin Shield Slam it to
Right.
take Thunder's Cairn, but he didn't. And then Thunder faceless Shield Slammed his own Sylvanas, or what became his own Sylvanas. And then he had a Cairn and a Sylvanas on the board, and Kotachi had nothing. And I think from there the game was pretty unwinnable.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that was maybe the biggest kind of pivot point.
Now it's all over but the fatigue damage.
Maybe he can kill him with patience.
Yeah, a disconnect victory.
If he ropes the armor button every turn, he might just get annoyed and concede.
Honestly, not the worst plan. Yeah, not that there's a ton of strategy left in this game, but you know, Thunder knows there's a Shield Slam and a Dream card sitting in the hand of Quatach. No point of running out something like an Alexstrasza just to get hit by a Shield Slam. Now you see it.
Alright, this turn you can Grom Taskmaster. Well, you missed lethal. Not that it's gonna matter much.
Oh, it was lethal, yeah.
Yeah, with the 2 damage.
You're right.
Gorehowl. That would have been 17, and then the 8 from fatigue.
Yeah. Well, that's just the theme of the day, right? Wait one more turn for lethal.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter. Is he gonna let fatigue kill him, or is he gonna kill him with the Gorehowl?
I gotta think you let fatigue kill him, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's correct.
Yeah, that's the correct play. That's why Thunder is going to the finals.
We only let the experts here.
Right. Okay, yeah, 3-0 there. Now we do have a different thing for this tournament. It's worth mentioning. We do have a 3rd place match as well. But yeah, so that's Severe and Thunder into the finals.
I'm assuming we do the 3rd place match first, right?
I think we do as well, yeah. And it's going to be Quatach and Dallin in the 3rd place match. Thunder's asking for 2 minutes. I'm just going to let him know. Do it. The 3rd place match. Really keep everyone on the edge of their seats. Quick touch. And down. Okay. Hopefully, alright, seems like Quatach is ready to go. Hopefully, Dallin is good with that. I was worried that whoever was going to make it to that 3rd place match was just going to bail. Like, I guess we're done.
Just see ya.
All right, let's get those lists ready. So. Oh, right. Dowlins are all... Uh-oh, did I think I got rid of Dowlins. See, that is the issue. So Dowlins, I'm gonna blame this on whoever else. Right, his deck lists were off in the spreadsheet. I think that's what threw off the stream deck list, because I had to open up a new window here. So let's see.
Doom. It's Severe's fault. He's sabotaging the tournament.
Yeah.
That's why he's winning so much. Wait a minute.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. I'm buying into this conspiracy.
Somebody check this guy. Wait a minute.
Okay, hold on. But I think there's a way around it. If I just copy the link, the URL, jump over here. Maybe, just maybe, we're good. Let's see.
I'm just
looks
sad
like
we never got to see the Deathwing from Kotachi. We still haven't.
That's true.
He's brought us to 2 tournaments, so he hasn't got to play it once.
It's true.
Oh well.
Okay, guess we're jumping right into it. So we got Quatach with the Warrior. Oh wow, I just happen to have the proper deck list ready. How lucky.
Nice.
Right.
The finals rematch here for 3rd place.
Oh, that's right. That's right. There's bad blood between these two. I don't know, trying to stir up drama.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't
Are
think
these
so.
two hate each other? Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I don't know. So let's see. I want to get into if this is updated the bans. So, Quatach banning Dallin's Rogue and Dallin banning Quatach's Druid. Which means no Deathwing.
No Deathwing.
Who won the last time they faced off?
It's Kotachi.
Quatach.
I think this was the only deck that Dallin won with, this Hunter. It's worth mentioning.
Yeah, was it the same list? Let me...
I don't know if it was exactly the same, but it was the same general list.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember if it's the exact same or not. But yeah, you're right. At least the same style of Hunter here. Interesting. Interesting that he just throws it out and doesn't clear with the weapon.
This is a Black Knight play from Kotachi. It is.
Okay. So I guess that was the reasoning for it. Makes sense. Get some value out of your previously just expensive Yeti.
Yeah, it's a Druid tech card, and if you're not playing against Druid, Druid and Handlock. But if you're not playing against those 2 decks, then you're kind of happy if it gets any value at all, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's true. Now, I think this matchup is still Warrior favored, but, there's a few things in the list of Dallin. Double Highmane, obviously, extremely good against Warrior, and we see one coming down here. But this Longbow as well, and I think it is mostly there for face damage, just a bit of extra reach.
There is some good news, and that's that the Longbow is not going to be in this game. It got discarded from tracking.
I missed that.
Yeah, it was. The tracking was Highmane Longbow, and then I didn't see what the 3rd card was.
Oof. Yeah, that's a painful one. 2 of your best cards in the matchup.
No
But
kidding.
I like this.
That being said, I think for Dallin, I think he just pushes 16 damage here if he wants to arcane shot. I don't think you arcane shot, but probably just weapon hero power swing. That's 11. You've got the second bow charge to back it up. You've got the kill command, the arcane shot.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I don't hate this either, but I would
I
have rather seen the hero power this turn.
I agree. I think I would have pushed as much damage as possible, and then the following turn you have Panther kill command hero power. But now Quatach actually has, with Brawl, potential to clean up a stealth minion. Could even try to steal the high main. Very interested to see what he opts for.
I don't hate the swing face brawl play. If you're worried about a kill command turn, then I think that's probably the best play. Hope that the high main wins.
Yeah, one of those 100% brawls that you don't often see.
Well, because even if the 4-2 wins, yeah, now that's actually game, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7,
3, 9,
12, 14, yeah.
Yeah.
There it is, the hunter. Tachi still can't beat it. That's the narrative we're going with now, I guess.
Yeah, oh boy, I imagine Quatach is fuming. The things he's saying.
We can't repeat them on stream.
Alright, C's lethal. Opts for the 1-turn lethal over the 2-turn lethal.
Usually a good strategy against warrior.
Typically, but you know, with this bad blood, maybe it's all about mind games, right?
True. He accidentally deadly shots for BM first. Suddenly he doesn't have a beast anymore. Wait a minute. How did this happen?
Okay, well, Hunter out of it. Let's see what both players go for. So yeah, leaving Druid and Handlock. I'm hoping that we see Warrior again, because I gotta think those are the two best matchups for
Go with the Handlock.
for those Cobras. But all right, Handlock it is. Fair enough. I don't remember if we've seen Dallin's Druid yet today. I don't think so.
Well, I don't think we have. I think he has played it. It's a pretty standard Druid list, all things considered. It's very heavy on the 4-drops with double Yeti, double Shield Master, and of course the Keepers.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. The single BGH definitely going to hurt in this matchup.
Yeah, if he draws it, which hasn't yet. But
Yeah, sorry, I guess I meant single over the double. I know we've seen double BGH here today, and yeah, I can't think that this Druid is going to be favored in this matchup. I seen chat debating my previous analysis of the matchup with 2 BGH versus 1, and whether you have the Black Knight or whatever. But yeah, just not a lot here for Dallin that is especially going to help him in this matchup.
It's a lot of Grand Tournament nostalgia in chat.
I can take the hit. I do like this Innervate coin BG, or not BGH, Ancient of Lore. Just to look for BGH, actually, but isn't going to find it.
Yeah, I think the draws are great, and you still have a really nice 5, 6, 7 curve now.
Well, nice is It is nice, but that kind of ignores the whole big giants on the field suddenly, making the curve a little bit more awkward than you'd like it to be.
Yeah. Yeah, fair point.
Where shall I strike? Where shall I strike?
Just pushing damage. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, double Savage Roar in hand, so that with the swipe, there is a lot of burst here. And still
I mean,
big
technically,
bodies.
that is forcing lethal. If Katachi just plays a Twilight Drake, he loses. But you have to imagine that's not his game plan. Well, okay. He traded. How much damage is this now? 12. He doesn't. If he had a way to buff up the swipe.
Yeah, or if there was like one more innervate for the hero power to set up for potential swipe lethal.
I think if you double Savage Roar now, you're guaranteed to win with swipe unless he draws some healing.
No, it's one off because it would put him at 5.
And he is sitting on Siphon Soul anyway.
I mean, you could make the no Molten Giants gamble, which would be correct, but even then...
Yeah. No, I
just
like this.
Yeah, I think this is fine. He gets silenced, but if he silences and trades the Giant, then you probably have a good swipe. I mean, better than nothing. You have the 3/3 at least to follow up. Looking good for Kotachi though.
Yeah, kind of. Like you said, swipe very good here, but trying to think how you can reestablish the board is Dallin. Not really going to be able to do it now, and if we see something like that Cairn come down, seems like it could just snowball in Kotachi's favor.
I think that's pretty nice Siphon Soul.
I would say that's pretty good value. Oof. Boy, those giant hits to face are just so satisfying.
They've got some weight behind them for sure.
But yeah, now opting to go for the swipe play a turn later. But now down at 16 health. No idea where this magical red arrow's coming from.
Tachi doesn't have Leroy in this handlock. We're actually seeing a lot more of these handlocks not opt for the Leroy. I was talking about how a lot of them, or a few of them, cut Hellfire, including this one from Kotachi. But also not seeing a whole lot of Leroy in favor of the Jiraxxus.
Yeah, it's fun to see how this tournament meta is kind of evolving, because it is, like I've said before, this kind of tight-knit community. Like, if you're playing against some of these players, you know, Crusher, of course, he's got some very famous decks, like, you can know almost exactly what you're expected to face, and yeah, I think just the more of these that we do, the more we're going to see things change up, and hey, maybe we even have some format changes going forward too.
You ever just play Jiraxxus here? Keep your big wall of taunts?
Oh yeah, I don't know, because that Sylvanas gets so much value just running into the Drake. And I mean, you don't know that Dallin doesn't have a Wrath, right? Dallin could, with a Wrath, potentially force a steal on the 5/6.
Looks like that's what he's gonna go for, though.
I am a little surprised. But
I like that trade at least.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's going to come down to a 50-50 here. Not really.
Geez, is there anything? Yeah, I guess you still are doing that. I'm just looking at like the average Savage Roar that hit the Drake or something, but it just doesn't help.
It is somewhat funny that if one of these Savage Roars was a force of nature, the 50-50 would just straight up be to win the game.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So it's just Jiraxis against Druid moment.
So he is
this
gonna
is
do it.
I don't like this.
I mean, he gets to play a big minion afterwards. It's not the worst thing.
Yeah, but you really wanted the 5/6 taunt, I think.
Yeah, I feel like that's the time to gamble.
But either way, he's got a 2/3 now. I want to say Dolan kind of got caught up with the fact that it was a perfect clear with Savage Roar. Just wasted one attack for the Sylvanas. Because the actual result of the trades was not the prettiest.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
See how Katachi actually responds, though. I imagine he facelesses the 5/10. That's the play that immediately jumps out to me before anything.
Yeah, I looked at that right off the bat, and it's certainly not bad. But you've also got good faceless targets going forward with like Hero Power and Argus. But yeah, I think this is fine.
Does Dolan have a Black Knight in his deck? He does not.
No, that's the thing. Yeah, one BGH, no Black Knight. It's a struggle for him.
So with the Savage Roar and the Swipe, he can... What can he do?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to take it slow.
You could Savage Roar, kill the Ancient of War, and then have a 5/4 and a 3/5 taunt.
Yeah, just face tank it. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Looks like he's gonna go for a more passive approach. Shadows to Cuzzy. Hold up. Achieving the rank of a legend.
Oh, I didn't see that. Nice work. 1476. Oh, that looks like standard. Never mind.
That's
Congrats,
actually really good in
redacted.
standard. That's really good in standard.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
It's pretty early in the season, so I imagine.
I think I've seen 6 digits before in standard.
Wow.
For legend.
I mean, the one time I got Legend and Wild, I think I was like... I got it pretty late in the season. I think it was like 8,000 or something. Yeah, in standard, there will usually be a lot.
All right. A potential silence, but not all that valuable here.
Yeah, don't... I mean, he can... No, he can't even live because of the
Yeah.
weapon.
Yeah, I was trying to think if even a BGH or anything could help him out there, but doesn't matter. All right, so 1-1, tying it up. Handlock now out.
All right, I think I'm gonna head out. I got some stuff to take care of.
All right, no problem. Won't keep it, but hey, thanks for casting. It was fun.
Yeah, no problem. I'll stay tuned in.
Awesome. Yeah, take care and yeah, enjoy the finals.
All right. Talk to y'all later.
See ya.
Okay, so more druid. We do get to see this warrior again. Can we please just see Emperor Cobra go off? Now, this is the most perfect handlock hand here
Yeah,
for Quatach.
this would have been nice first game. Or, well, not the first game. It would have been nice the last game of last series. I think. Was the one he was playing.
Boy, I can't even
He
remember.
played this in the handlock, right?
I
Clearly.
truly have
Clearly
no
we
idea.
watched it.
I have goldfish-like memory. Somebody could... You can tell me that, and I'll just believe it.
Well, the last game of last series was the Warrior Mirror. But I don't know. Apparently I also have goldfish memory. I don't remember.
It's a little taxing casting. I do find this interesting now. The tempo BGH, I mean, you got two of them, two in hand even. Not that crazy to do it. But I will say, if there's double Ancient of Lore, double Ancient of War, it's a lot of targets for Taskmaster BGH. I don't like running both of these out so early.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Because you've
That's
got...
a big removal tool, like you said. He does have the Black Knight, though.
Yeah, he does have that, but see, now he's really hindered. I mean, it probably is armor up shield slam here, I would think. But he would have just been armoring up on his previous turns, be able to shield slam any immediate threats. And then I think, yeah, the follow-up just becomes running out some of these smaller guys and let the druid bop them.
Maybe Dahlin goes crazy and coins out the Ancient of War. I'm not going to do it with the Karen top deck, though.
No.
Well, that's good.
Okay.
That's good, except there's another silence, actually, for Dahlin. And that's going to shut him down quite a bit if he wants to go through with that line. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Ancient of War, especially with the second one picked up. You can Ancient of War, it gets Black Knighted, and you can just play another one. It definitely won't get executed, trust me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things, like you said before, you know that they have removal tools, but sometimes you do just want to play out those big threats early. Being aware of that and thinking, okay, well, there's a good chance they haven't drawn them yet. I mean, 21 cards left in Quatach's deck. How likely is it that he has the Black Knight? Of course, it is a card that you would keep in your opening hand, so maybe somewhat likely.
Yeah, it's another thing that we've kind of talked about, but not really, of like reading the opponent's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, it's hard, right? To know what your opponent has. But in this case, actually, where he played both Black Knights out just for tempo, I think it's reasonable to assume he's got some kind of big removal.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm starting to notice, Dallin's play is... Oof. Yeah, this is going to be sad.
This is actually really good for Kodachi, yeah.
It is, yeah. And I'm really starting to notice he's got a bit of a playstyle here, which is, like, it's so passive. He doesn't tend to want to react to immediately what's on the board. You know, he held on to that swipe in the previous game. Yeah, we've just seen him throughout the tournament. Not pushing damage, things like that. A little surprised not to see the slam.
Yeah, I also would have liked to see one of the Taskmasters on the Acolyte. But might not matter. This is already forcing quite a bit of damage. This buffed up swipe will help, but not a lot. And you're giving up 2 cards from the Acolyte for free.
Yeah.
That is...
Wow.
One thing I will say about Ysera, it's really good against Druid.
It
because
is.
They don't have a way to kill it.
Yeah, yeah, unless you're one of the extremely few number of druids that run like a naturalize. Yeah, I think you just
Mildred,
pop it
maybe, I
down.
guess.
Yeah. Another dream. Okay, so far, Ysera not crushing it here. Though I do think it's a little bit better in this scenario than the last time.
I was gonna
we
say,
got
if he
it.
keepers the Ysera, you can actually... you can dream it and get it back. But he didn't do it. I was also gonna say he could actually clear it with the... I believe that's a Druid of the Claw in his hand, second to the right. He could have done that in Savage Roar, and that would have actually killed the Ysera. But he's instead leaving it up for now, letting it get more value. Which is an option. I don't think it's a good one. You really don't want Ysera to keep going off.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of his reasoning for it. And I guess it doesn't seem that crazy. He's not sitting on combo. But Savage Roar in hand, lots of big bodies.
Oh, that's a good draw.
That's a very good draw.
I think you can clear this whole board. Might require a Ysera hit into the keeper.
Yeah, right. Shield
Is there a
block,
way to
shield
do it
slam,
without damaging your
Borax.
Ysera?
I mean, if you count
Brawl.
Dream,
Brawl and it wins.
Brawl, sure.
Maybe not that one.
Yeah, I like this.
I guess he could have like Taskmastered. No, that's I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Well, it's Druid. It's not gonna be a big deal if your Ysera has 10 health or 12 health.
Mm-hmm.
This is looking very bad for Dolan.
Yeah, I mean, he's staring 12 damage in the face right now. He knows that there's potential for Ysera Awakens as well to just completely finish him off. Probably can't afford to play around it, though.
Dolan's 2 decks left are, I believe, the Handlock and the Druid. They both are going to have to beat a Miracle Rogue from Kotachi. Yeah, Druid and a Rogue. Not a fun match in general.
No, not really what you're hoping for.
Pain speak to me.
Right, well,
Another Emerald Drake. It's pretty good.
pretty good. Probably unnecessary, but hey. He'll
I
take
mean-
it. And that's it.
Oh yeah.
Well played.
Even gonna slam the Grom for the big finish.
Oh, that's right. The bad blood continues. Wow.
Wow.
Such BM and all that.
Hey, all I'm saying is last time Dolan won with the Hunter and lost everything else, and I don't wanna suggest anything.
Starting to shape up a
seeing-
bit that way, yeah.
It's starting to look pretty similar. We'll see if he's able to knock off this Miracle Rogue though from Kotachi. You saw him do some pretty cool stuff with it last tournament. I think this is the first time we're seeing it today. Right?
Boy, I thought we saw it before, but you know, We've seen a bunch of Miracle Rogue today. It all just kind of,
Yeah, it's Miracle Rogue, you know.
Escape my fury.
yeah. Play gadgets in, Leroy their face. Something, something. I will be your death.
Oh, well, you guys might have seen it. I think it was while I was not here that he played it on stream. Maybe.
Oh, actually, I think it might have been.
So I wasn't totally wrong. I haven't seen the Miracle Rogue yet.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm still not sure I'm totally right, but
Maybe you just didn't see it. Just had your eyes closed.
alright, get down this out. Gonna give him that early draw.
Not gonna take it this turn. But not like the 1 damage from Thalnos going to make that big of a difference. And now you can Mortal Coil for the draw.
Mm-hmm.
Probably just run out the Ancient Watcher, yeah.
Yep, seems pretty comfortable in this matchup. Double sap.
Not finding his giants or his drakes. Pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm wondering now, do you just plop the Argus down?
My shield.
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
It's gonna eat a sap, most likely. Well, I guess that's not a guarantee.
Yeah, now with that Drake draw, I don't mind just getting that out. I mean, he still really wants to see gadgets in here.
Another conceal is good, but he needs stuff to conceal. Dolan can tap, hope for something.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an option to coin. Oh, is that Sylvanas we're seeing?
I have no time for games.
Looks like it.
Okay, so Sylvanas or the Sunwalker was the other option.
I think either way, probably just gets sapped. Although actually, this isn't really a great sap turn, is it?
No,
You could Blade Flurry, trade in the Drake into the taunt, trade the Farseer into Sylvanas, and then re-equip the weapon. Or no, you wouldn't re-equip the weapon. You would SI the 2-1 that's left over.
yeah, just clear the
The
board.
play
Yeah.
I'm seeing, because like you're not going
I
to
like
get big value out of Blade Flurry. Or well, I mean, I guess you could, but it's not like Zoo where it's a matchup where you're very likely to get a lot of damage. Looks like he's going for the cooler play though.
Yeah, it is much
Got the
cooler.
double conceal. He can afford to burn one here. And he's forcing quite a bit of damage.
Interesting.
Shadow Flame should clean things up.
Yeah, a few different ways of dealing with this.
Yeah, it's rough to lose the Sylvanas, but I think you'd rather lose your Sylvanas than lose the game.
Yeah. Yeah, but even that, getting the... I mean, 5 damage is alright. You're still able to... Oh, well, geez, he could just get the Watcher down, Shadow Flame that instead.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
That's probably the play then. I don't really see why he would do anything else. That is a Shadow Flame in his hand, right?
It is, yeah.
Just making sure I'm not seeing that wrong. Because that seems like a really obvious play, and doesn't look like Dolan is going for it. He's got other ideas.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Looks like he is going for it. The only hesitation I could see is if he's just worried about a concealed auctioneer. But I feel like this line pretty much tells you that Quatach is not sitting on auctioneer conceal.
Yeah. We'll see if he draws into it. And that's...
10. It's a lot of
One
damage.
off. It's one off.
Now he could go for just pushing a bunch of damage, even like Leroy Shadow Step, Conceal if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, Leroy Shadow Step, Hero Power, hit face. I think I like that play. I don't think you can seal because, I mean, I guess you have seen an AOE, but there's no reason to play. There's no reason to risk it, basically.
I feel like if you play Leroy Shadow Step, don't you have to send it a second time? Like for
No,
the
I'm
risk of
thinking you
multiples?
Leroy Shadow Step Hero Power, and then next turn you can sap. You can sap a taunt, eviscerate the other one, and then send another 6. And if everything goes well, that's lethal.
Right.
Maybe that's too optimistic. That's the line I see, though. We'll see what Kotachi's doing. He is going with the Leroy. I wouldn't be surprised if he just sends this face. And actually,
I like it.
can Kotachi even heal out of it? No, this is probably better because I didn't.
Yeah, I don't
think
think
about
there's
it, but
anything
It
to
doesn't
do.
actually have enough healing to survive the eviscerate.
No,
And
no, there's just nothing to be done here.
yeah, this is that's it. That's a win. Almost certainly.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to come up with anything, but no. Yeah.
He can't even play the healing because then he can't taunt anything.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my gosh, that is crazy.
Wow. Yeah, extra awkward, huh? Jeez, see, the battle cry from Leroy actually beneficial too. Blizzard, how you print this card?
How much damage is this for Dahlin? It's not enough. I know that. It's what, 7? You would put Kotachi down to 7, and then he would also die from the Hellfire.
Yeah, I know. I was
Oh,
even.
he can Siphon Soul his own.
Oh,
It doesn't matter
it
because
doesn't
Eviscerate
do
still kills
anything
him,
then.
but
Yeah,
it's funny.
it is funny.
Well played.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. Sapping the Whelp just to activate the combo.
Wow.
Tachi once again
Yeah,
showing off the Miracle Rogue doesn't even need the Auctioneer.
secures third place here. So that is it. Quitachi over Dallin once again. The rivalry heats up. Spam the hashtag. I don't know, something. Figure it out. But that means we've got Thunder and Severe here in the finals. So message them. And when you're ready. Thunder. Ba-ba-ba. Severe here. Alright, they'll get their bands going and stuff. I'm going to have a quick last second bathroom break. Get some water before my voice is totally gone. And yeah, we'll be back
Like
for the
you
finals.
got another friend asking for water in the background.
Yeah, asking for more than just water. any happenings here. Preparing, perfect. We got time. I'll start to prepare the deck lists once again.
I do think the general themes of both the finalist decks are pretty cool. We got
Let's
Thunder with
see.
all the anti-rogue and
Right.
I mean Severe, we haven't actually talked about him much. We only saw the 1/3/0. But he's got a lot of Violet teachers in his lineup. So
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Rockin' Shaman and Zoo.
Got the more token heavy mid-range druid.
Yeah, definitely some interesting choices. See how they stack up against each other.
Have to imagine. I haven't seen the bans yet. I would expect a druid ban from Thunder. Yep. Thunder banned Severe's druid. Severe banned Thunder's rogue. No surprises there, I would say.
Yeah, I would say that makes a lot of sense.
Say,
Yeah.
I'm interested to see this Zulok. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of it outside the one handlock game where the handlock really, I don't want to say lost off of draws, but did not draw very well.
Yeah.
I'm interested to seeing more of this in the tournament.
Yeah, no,
We'll have to win with it.
I do think people really avoid playing Zoo. It's just kind of got this, like, I don't know if it's just got an annoying reputation or
A stigma against it.
yeah, something like that. But it's a good deck if you're talking laddering, but I think it is a great deck when it comes to tournaments. Certainly going to match up favorably against the Druid, but yeah, then we see this warrior from Thunder here, although it's more teched to
It does have the double brawl, which is really good against Zoo.
yeah, double brawl, great, but yeah, still more tech towards rogue. So is there enough there to like only a single slam, for example? How's it gonna deal with Zoo? Well, we'll see. It looks like we're about to kick it off.
The other really cool list that we haven't had a ton of time to talk about is the Hunter that Severe bring with the pseudo control. I guess it is just Crusher's Spell Hunter, but with leper gnomes instead of like the Gladiator's longbow. So a lot more aggressive, but still generally the same deck. I'm interested to see how that goes.
Yeah, actually, did Crusher's Hunter run Leper Gnome? I seem to remember it
I don't
did.
think so.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, the deck he brought to this tournament, he did not. Oh, he did run
Okay.
leper gnomes. Never mind, he did.
Yeah, I thought he was the one who did it, and my assumption was that it was just kind of an extra hero power, you know? Okay.
Okay, so it is just Crushers, or not exactly Crushers list. There's some differences, like the longbow not being included, but it is the same archetype.
Right.
King's traveler. I will
Well, we are gonna get to see it right away. It looks
Yeah.
like.
Right off the bat. So Shaman versus this Hunter. I can safely say,
Oh well, this is Thunder with the Hunter, not Severe.
yeah. But yeah, I don't think I've seen this this matchup, seen or played it. I'm trying to get a gauge from it. Wild Pyro and Explosive Trap going to be very, very good. As Severe tries to go wide, but only a single Pyromancer. Gonna have less consistency at dealing with that. I guess Unleash the Hounds as well. Boy, this might be a very even matchup the more that I look at it.
Yeah. I'm not super experienced with Spell Hunter. I am very experienced with Shaman, though. And from my Shaman knowledge, the way the Hunter wants to win is just going aggressive. Like,
Yeah.
That's basically how you beat Shaman, is you kill them very quickly.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they don't have heals, your hero power over time, it's pretty good.
Yeah, there aren't that many defensive tools. You do see Severe drawing both the Feral Spirit and the Lightning Storm, though. Which is good news.
Yeah, and I mean, they're definitely good good defensive tools, but this is a matchup where I feel like you really, really feel the pain of those overloads. Like on that previous turn, not being able to do anything.
This is a big turn here coming up for Thunder. With
Oh,
that
this is-
Starving Buzzard and the Unleash.
Buzzard Unleash. If you didn't have that, you've got Pyro with either Flare or Kill Command. I mean, this is very good. Yeah, and I think if you draw the Hunter's Mark, there's a reasonable chance you kill the Mana Tide as well.
I mean, you probably kill it with the weapon if you don't draw Hunter's Mark, even though you lose the weapon.
Boy, I'm not sure. I think charges on this thing might be
Well,
too
there's the Hunter's
important.
Mark.
Yeah, might not matter. Let's see what he has to do.
Looks like he's gonna leave it up for now.
Yeah.
There's another Feral Spirit. That is really big. And he can kill the Starving Buzzard with the Flame Tongue. Looking good.
Yeah, and that is one of the biggest reasons why you'd want to deal with it. Now,
Spyro's gonna do work, though.
yeah, this is the thing. You can run the dog into one of the Feral Spirits, Pyromancer, Hunter's Mark, and play another spell. You'll be able to wipe out a lot of this. You'll be left with just a Flame Tongue at 1 health.
You can fill the board up decently with Argent Squire hero power, plus the Flame Tongue buffing them both up, if he positions correctly. Which, I mean, he's bringing Shaman, not the most common class. You definitely hope to see the correct positioning for stuff like that.
Yeah, so... Well, let's see. See what he opts to do.
Not unreasonable to...
Yeah,
No, I guess if he didn't use the bow last turn, so he's not going to use it this turn.
Yeah, I still think you want to hold it, especially with green skin in hand now. Yep, misdirect hero power.
You could even flare, but I don't think he needs to.
Yeah, no, I think it's too important that you get the secret up while you can. Because next turn, you're probably not getting attacked here. And then you can green skin swing, hope to get a charge. And you're actually just fine, like, leaving the Flame Tongue up. Right, this is another 6 damage. Yeah. Really, really like this position.
Yeah, this is looking dire for the Shaman.
Now, Shaman does have Burst here, right? There is a single Bloodlust in this list.
Yep.
So it is possible that just with one good turn, everything goes south
Where
for...
does this misdirection go?
Ooh.
That... I think it was game already, right? It definitely is now. The Leroy, the 4-attack weapon.
Yeah, I guess it would have been. There was... depending on if he rolls a Taunt Totem, I think that was the only out there.
Yeah, like I said, just Shaman, not great if you're able to get control of the board early like that.
Mm-hmm. But I think you made a really good point earlier. You gotta win with everything here today. And this Shaman, well, it's got favorable matchups now that that Hunter's out of the way.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It has a Druid game coming up potentially.
Mm-hmm. So it feels bad being down 1-0, but really, yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal just knowing what the lineups are and the fact that Shaman is so good into that Druid.
Yeah, now that I'm actually looking, it's Shaman into Druid and Warrior. Those are two very Shaman favored matches.
It is, yeah, but he also switched to Rogue here.
This is the anti-rogue deck. The anti-rogue warrior for Thunder. See what he can do.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually think, we've been talking so much about the games. I think this may be one of the biggest, we'll see how the game goes, but potential mistakes here. Just in deck selection. I think that Shaman list so good against both of these. I feel like it's great to just stick with it and try to eke out a win. If you give Thunder a win with this Warrior against Rogue, I mean, that's exactly why it's here in his lineup.
I would tend to agree, but remember Thunder's last deck. It's a Druid. And all three of Severe's decks are really good into Druid. Zoo, Shaman, and Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So a loss here would be bad. I won't disagree with you there. Because, it's still Druid.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the deck does just win games whenever it wants, sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you make a fair point. It's, yeah, if they're all favored against Druid, you could just sweep like that. But, again, Miracle Rogue, one of these decks, and we might be seeing it here, where if you just draw poorly, you have no shot at winning.
Yeah, this is rough. He's thinking about SI Shadow Step SI to kill the 2/2. But yeah, you're not gonna do that. You really want to save these Shadow Steps against Warrior just to break through this armor.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is getting real.
This is not getting any better. Yeah, he's kind of just forced to play the Drake.
Yeah.
Hope there's no removal, which there isn't yet.
Oh,
That's
boy.
pretty good, though.
Yeah, what do you do here? I think you still Whirlwind. And then maybe Slam, run the Acolyte
do you just
in.
Acolyte Whirlwind to see if you hit something? Surely not, but
Acolyte, no. I
you do draw 2 cards out of it.
think you've got to kill this Drake.
I would agree. I think you just weapon Whirlwind Hero Power?
I'm
gonna Slam first.
I like Slam. I think I would Whirlwind attack with the Acolyte Hero Power.
Yeah.
Really, everything is just so good. It's like,
Yeah, there's no bad plays here.
yeah, which amazing play do I want?
He's even going to equip the weapon. Might
Yeah.
just swing face this turn. Nope, not yet.
Which I guess is fair. Sitting on stuff like Karen at 6 maybe feels like this is the only time to equip the War Axe.
Well, the rogue is getting somewhere.
It is true.
It's got something on the board.
Yeah, got a few things on the board. Teacher's a decent body. Cold Blood can strip some of that armor. Conceal, always good if you've got a board, so...
The question is, does Thunder just play as reactive as possible and charge this Kor'kron Elite.
I really like that play, actually. I think it's mostly in there. If this is kind of an anti-rogue warrior, it's mostly in there for drakes. You just killed the drake. Yeah, you go ahead and do this. Sure, you're kind of trading down, but it's right in line with your game plan.
Hey, speaking of game plan,
Or not?
he's worried about Tankmaster.
I guess so.
I almost feel like he can't afford to take that risk, and he just had to throw it out.
Yeah, or even, like, I guess you maybe need to save the Shadow Steps. But yeah, I don't love that
Now
play.
you have to do it.
Absolutely.
You can conceal, you can eviscerate, you can prep eviscerate even. And I think if you're worried about Tankmaster, you do use the prep here. Well, there's a Leroy.
Yeah, suddenly, Warrior getting a bit low on health.
Is he thinking about Blade Flurry?
Boy, I don't know. I was wondering if he was thinking of Cold Blood, perhaps, which, you know, because if you get hit with a Tankmaster anyway, it's so bad. Does he want the draw
you
versus...
don't want to be using a Cold Blood, but I don't hate the Blade Flurry. You're not going to get a ton of value. You don't need to clear the board
Right.
anymore. All the small minions have already been played. You've seen, I believe, both Armor Smiths. You've seen a Acolyte. You've seen a Taskmaster.
Mm-hmm.
Not worried about getting value off clearing the board. So maybe just getting the 1 damage, both removing the weapon for Harrison and getting the extra card. I don't like backstabbing yourself, but it's not bad here. Now we've got the 50-50 brawl with the Acolyte. And other than that, there aren't great lines for Thunder.
No, yeah, not a lot. I definitely don't think you run out something like the Cairn. It's just too likely to be sapped, and it's a wasted turn.
The one thing about Blade Flurry is that you could have theoretically comboed it with Leroy Shadow Step, and then just cleared off all the tokens.
Yeah, that's true.
So without that, doesn't have that line. But I still probably would have gone with the play.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I mean, really thinking about this.
Do you 50-50 brawl, or do you just play the dude? He's gonna play nothing. Wow.
Don't understand at all.
Yeah, that's so weird to me. Like, what is he worried about happening to the Cairn?
Only thing I can think of, and this is like...
He's worried that, like, a backstab is the only thing that's there?
All I could think is that he really wants to get a Tankmaster, and he's hoping the following turn he does something like Harrison a weapon into Tankmaster, so he doesn't want his own thing on board. Yeah,
it's
I didn't
enough.
even, 14, 18.
Yeah, that's 22, but you don't want to do that to your Leroy. I think you just fan conceal?
Seems fine, yeah. I mean, hit first, but yeah. Yeah, boy, I'm so curious what the thinking was there from Thunder.
No, I'm actually just going to keep going. Actually, I like keeping the tokens on board for exactly what you're talking about, because of the possibility of Tankmaster.
But it goes both ways, because you've also got to contend with Brawl. Now he's got 2 1/1s.
Well, yeah, but if he's brawling, he's using so much of his turn, and, you know, you've got the double Leroy, you've got the SI.
It's true.
That is technically short right now. That's only 15 damage. With the armor up, he'd go up to 16. But yeah, he's kind of just has to brawl. I still would have liked the Acolyte, but 1 in 3 chance that it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable chance to take. 25% versus 33.
There are no more conceals. That's
Mhm.
worth mentioning. Yeah, I definitely think I would have preferred the fan last turn rather than the second Cold Blood being committed. That's okay.
This guy's toast.
The Brotherhood shall prevail.
Well, right now, a really awkward clear on the Van Cleef, unless you want to...
That's a big draw, but he can't actually play it this turn and get out of lethal range.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is he has to clear without taking damage because there's Leroy Shadowstep Hero Power coming in. So he has to clear and armor up because if he leaves either minion on the board, he dies. And I don't think there's a way to actually do that outside of just using the second brawl in desperation.
Yeah, I think you have to brawl there, but you could armor up, shield slam, execute the remaining
Well,
minion. Wow.
He gets it.
The greetings after winning the brawl.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, and it doesn't matter. I won't say deserved, but it was a little bit deserved.
I'll
after
say
the greeting.
deserved. Yeah.
It was a little bit deserved. Miracle Rogue, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that is an anti-Miracle Rogue warrior. Still just not enough.
Whole anti-Miracle Rogue list, like we were talking about, with all the Harrisons. And now that Rogue just wins one game, and you've got a lot of Harrisons that are not going to be doing a whole lot.
Yeah.
It's the rest of the deck list from Severe.
Well, and the open deck lists really make that interesting because, like, you could really tell he's playing around stuff like Harrison and Tinkmaster, right? You know that there's the potential for your Gadget's hand to get ruined, or he's going to get extra draws there. So sure, it's like you're teching against this Rogue, but Rogue also just doesn't need to do a lot of those things. They can hold on and wait and be patient, and yeah, still come out with a victory like that. It's crazy sometimes.
Let's see the Shaman into the Warrior, which another matchup that I am not a big fan of the Warrior in. This is a matchup where I like keeping Mana Tide, to be honest. Even though sometimes it'll get weaponed. Like, worst case, it gets weaponed and your Feral Spirits don't. And best case, you draw 6 cards and win the game.
Yeah, generally speaking, I think you make the bet that this game is going to go on for a long time. That's just how it tends to be.
Ooh, even has the 1-drop. This is looking good for Shaman.
Yeah, it's looking great. I think Shaman definitely favored. There are certain warrior lists that I think make this a lot closer of a matchup than it should be, but I don't think the one that Thunder is running is one of them. Double Brawl is going to help. But, Harrison pretty dead with no Doomhammer. Yeah,
I'm
say
very
Severe's
surprised
got
he
a big
didn't coin out the
advantage.
Mana Tide. I will not lie. That is, as the Shaman player, that is the play I would make there, I think.
I mean, I really do like the value of totems in this matchup. And the fact that he's got 2 Mana Tides, I feel like it's okay.
It's okay, but I think that's what I would have done. But either way, Flame Tongue gonna be pretty good.
Yeah, I do like this approach from Severe, though. Like, don't have to run out the other Mana Tide. Basically, try to hero power as many turns as possible.
Yeah. The one thing I'm not really accounting for is the fact that Severe does have that Bloodlust, so the value of having a board of totems is a lot higher.
Yeah, that's right.
The Shaman
Thunder,
lists I'm used to running.
Thunder's going to have to respect that, which maybe means early brawls that just aren't as effective as they otherwise would be.
Killing the Flame Tongue is good, though. There's a Defender coming up.
Yeah, I do think it's worth noting that Thunder is sitting on Gorehowl, and with no weapon removal from the Shaman, this is one of the few matchups where if I'm playing Warrior and I am running Gorehowl, I feel like I can run this weapon down to a 0-1. It just gets so much value, and you really don't mind just bashing the hero power totems turn after turn.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the better cards in the matchup for the Warrior. He's got the Korkron, getting that optimal target in the Azure Drake.
Mm-hmm.
Love to see it. There's the Bloodlust.
Yeah, there it is.
You could Feral Spirit Coin Defender. Get a lot of minions and see if it gets cleared.
Yeah, I feel like I would just continue with this game plan. I don't mind Defender and maybe trading with the 2/2, but
I'm actually thinking Feral Spirit Mana Tide, probably.
Interesting. I feel like
it might get a Brawl out, but then it gets a Brawl out, and you're not too sad about that.
Yeah. I like this. This is exactly what I was thinking. And then trade off. You just keep hitting that hero power button. Even if he plays something like a Cairn, which you don't have the answer to. I guess you didn't know you were going to get this second taunt here, but one taunt you got to get through. Sure, he's going to start chipping away with Gorehowl. Like, this is fine.
We're not developing a whole lot onto the board. Doesn't have a whole lot to develop either, just this Cairn at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
He's got some pretty bad draws too, like the Tinkmaster. Not something you want. BGH also not great. There's no BGH target.
No, you really you want to combo it with Taskmaster on a Fire Elemental in this matchup. This is, I think, worth mentioning though. Mana Tide can be a little costly here. So if you're sitting at, well, gonna be 10 cards in hand, this is gonna force him to.
He didn't hit the Taunt Totem. That's a lot of damage that he's going to take for that. If he Bloodlust is 15.
12, yeah, be 15. Could
So
potentially
what I'm
be
thinking,
more with Rockbiter, Lightning Bolt, but I don't think you do it.
no, what I'm thinking is you probably Violet Teacher Coin Bloodlust, or this is no, I don't like this because you could have done that, done 15 damage. Next turn you have Alakir, Rockbiter, Lightning Bolt, and so that's 30 damage over 2 turns.
12,
I like the
15.
Bloodlust, but the Feral Spirit prevents you from playing the Alakir next turn.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still not convinced that Mana Tide was the right call. Just because it did force another card there. And yeah, I think you could have just, kind of what you said, just not play the Feral Spirits there if you weren't worried about an overdraw.
Yeah, but now if he wasn't overloaded, he would have so much damage with Alakir. It's rough, especially if Thunder's gonna shield block, so it's actually gonna shield slam as well.
Oof.
That feels pressured into it with that last turn.
I'm not sure I like that either.
Pay attention, class.
Oh, I like this.
I'm ready to learn.
I think.
Yeah. No, I think this is fine. Now that he's played the shield block and he's at 19, I don't think... Sure, you've got Alakir, Rockbiter, potentially even with Flame Tongue and the coin. It's in your back pocket, but I think with one brawl down, you just go back to the strategies. Kind of hero power some more, put out some little mid-range minions here.
This Whirlwind Execute is nice. Let's
I
get
like
rid
that.
of the board. I'd like to see Saviora use the Lightning Storm to kill this 4-2 instead of the Lightning Bolt. Just because he wants to be able to send that Lightning Bolt to face.
Yeah, yeah, I agree, actually.
Like, he's used to Bloodlust. The totems are not as valuable as they once were.
Yeah.
He's
Okay.
gonna do it, though.
I mean, he does get value out of it. If they survive with the Flame Tongue, right, you can always push some damage and then slot Alec here in the middle kind of deal. So maybe that's the consideration, but
What he might be thinking about now that he's got the Flame Tongue, is he can actually Alakir, Rockbiter, Coin, Flame Tongue, and get 16 damage in.
right.
That's a lot of damage. Basically what I'm getting at here. Can't do that this turn, but Thunder finally has something to do, or rather a minion to play, but he can't play it this turn either because of the shield block mana. Got the Grom though. You know, a game where the warrior has 2 war axes in hand is probably not a game where the warrior is winning. I will say that.
Yeah, if it comes in reverse order, you know, it's kind of fine. Get them out of the way, get their value, equip the Gorehowl later. But boy, yeah, this is not how you want to see it.
I wonder if you avoid hero powering there to make the brawl a 50-50 instead of a 1-3 to kill the fire elemental.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. 12 cards left in Thunder's deck. Yeah, I guess you'd assume a reasonable chance that he's hanging on to the Brawl.
Well, he's had so many cards that he's just not playing. Like, what else can they be?
Yeah, that's just it. Yeah, I think you're right. And knowing what's in the list, too, there's plenty of stuff on that low end that he would be rushing out. Small minions, whirlwinds, that kind of stuff.
Small minions, even if he had big minions, he'd be playing those.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And he's just clearing. That's all he's doing. So he must be holding on to something that he doesn't want to just play on an empty board, and Brawl fits that description. At this point, though, I'm not entirely sure what Thunder even does.
Yeah,
It doesn't have a good way to actually kill the fire elemental outside of a Brawl. It looks like he's just going to go for the 25%.
which I think is fine. Yeah, I think it had to be a Brawl in some capacity. And hopefully he's got time to do something with the weapon if need be. I know there's a bit of a lag spectating. Not sure if he wanted to swing or just opted not to there.
That's 19 damage with the Alakir.
Is that right? Yeah, I was just about to do the math. So that's 3.
Yeah, with the Flame Tongue
6, 8,
Rockbiter,
16, yeah.
16 plus 3 from the totem. And I think you'd probably just do that, honestly. Set him to 1. He's used both Brawls. He doesn't have a Black Knight.
Yeah, let's
He
think.
has to find a way to damage the minion twice to even execute it.
Because he is running Alex. But is that a worry? If he wants to play Alex... Yeah, I guess if he plays Alex, he can't do anything else that turn, so...
Yeah, because then you just hex Alex and keep hitting him in the face. Like, you're delayed, but you're not exactly losing. Yeah, I really would like to see Savior played more aggressively here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's possible that that's right. But I do still think his position is so favorable. I'm not that concerned.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. Just with this Earth Shock on the Acolyte, just denying the card draw.
Oh, it's so rude.
Thunder has 2 War Axes in hand he can't play. It's so sad. Honestly, I might hex the 5/4 as well, just to clear it off.
I was thinking about it. Boy.
What he wants to do is I don't like double Lightning Storm though. That's a lot of overload.
I'm
I was
kind of
thinking
okay
like
with
Rock
that.
or Flame Tongue Argent Squire, trade off the healing totem, and then you have a this. Imagine this board, but instead of a healing totem, it's a flame tongue. And
Yeah,
you have 2 less overload.
I guess the plan is to, what, drop the flame tongue next turn?
Well, if
Maybe.
Thunder can draw an Alex, he can theoretically go Alex into Grom Taskmaster. That's as optimistic as I can get for his current position.
Yeah, I actually think in this matchup, usually Grom is used for removal. Like, you have to kind of grind the Shaman out. And especially the way that this has gone. You know, he's just pushed absolutely 0 damage. It would be, I don't know, it'd be very, very tough to do anything offensively with Alex. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that is his only out. Set up for War Axe, 12 damage there. Why not?
It's a really awkward turn. I think you just throw out the Violet Teacher. Why not?
Attention, class.
What's gonna kill it? A Grom? Then you don't have to worry about Grom.
Yeah, and I actually think it's a reasonable response given Thunder's position. It's just so desperate.
Okay, so this is lethal if he plays it right. You have to, he Flame Tongues first, gets the 5 damage, and then
And then another 16 from
that
Alec
makes
here.
it even easier, I think. I guess it doesn't change anything. Actually, did he even need to play perfectly? Oh yeah, he did. Okay. But he does.
Yeah. He's had a long, long time to think about that line.
Yeah, he's been holding on to those for a while.
Yeah. Alright,
Look at
so
this. These hands are so weird. Double War Axe versus double Hex this late into the game.
yeah, not something you you really expect to see. That's a good point. Okay, well I think unsurprising that Shaman wins that one. Now
Well,
we
it's
get
probably going to
see.
be the Zoo into Warrior, which is a good Warrior matchup.
That's
and
exactly
then-
what I would think.
It's the one I keep talking about, Zoo into Druid.
Zoo into Druid. I just want to highlight. Well, let's see. Let's see if we get this here.
He might play the Druid first, but
Oh, he is playing the Druid
wow.
first. So
he
I
wants to
did.
get his bad matchup out of the way early.
I made a video talking about the tournament lists. Uh-oh. Kind of hanging here for a sec. And that was really what I highlighted is I was curious if people are going to bring Zoo in order to counter Druid. And here we are looking to completely wrap things up. Waiting for player reconnect. Okay. This is exactly what we want to see in the finals.
Match point, the game breaks. You wouldn't have it any other way, would you?
The true Blizzard experience for you guys. Wait, am I even allowed to stop spectating?
Okay, apparently Savior DC'd,
Oh, he did? Okay.
so we might need to redo the matchup. We'll see.
Restarting client, I DC'd. Okay, yeah, we'll see if he comes back. I mean, it is a pretty...
I guess yeah. If he reconnects in time and is able to mulligan properly,
Yeah, I will say
should be
their
fine.
reconnect features usually pretty good, but yeah, if there is any kind of issue with the mulligan, we'll sort it out with the players here, I guess. Messages disappeared, but nothing going on. I see a single card in the hand of the druid. That is not a good sign.
I might need to reconnect a spectator. Actually,
That's what I was thinking. Okay. Leave. We'll be right back. All right, we got a
Cards are
flame
coming out
in
of nowhere.
down. Yeah. Okay, good. Oof. Getting worried we weren't gonna get back into that game. Okay, doesn't look like we missed much. Flame Imp. I assume coin Lepronome here.
He coined a Lepronome. Oh yeah, because the zoo was on coin. I was like, wait, hold on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm assuming. I was trying to think if there could have been any wild growth shenanigans, but I don't think so. I don't think that adds up.
Cleanse the sun well.
Wow, really interesting hand here. Yeah, Soulfire deals damage through taunts. Pretty good. But Harvest Golem is one of the better minions here in this matchup.
Good wrath.
Okay, so opting to get the Thalnos out.
We must cleanse the sun well.
Has Thunder had the option to hero power the abusive and then run the golem into Shattered Sun? Yeah, I think he just sent it here. Why not?
Yeah, I would agree. He's got the double Soulfire. This could come down to a Soulfire 50-50 discard.
Boy, yeah, it really could.
Because if it loses, then he's actually in a pretty bad spot with no cards and the Druid starting to stabilize.
Oh, interesting though.
Theory.
Because there was the option, once again, to if you Savage Roar, you can clear there as well.
Yeah, I really think you should have. I think Thunder should have cleared. Just play around any attack buffs. But maybe he's not worried about the possibility of dying. But now, yeah, with the Dark Iron Dwarf. Oh, wait. The Elven Archer, he can actually Soulfire first. And either one of these, as long as the other Soulfire doesn't get discarded.
Wow. Well,
That's just it.
there it is. Zoo's
Zoo
good.
luck.
I told you. Incredible. Well, good thing we got back in.
The win in the tournament.
Yeah,
Viewer.
nice and quick. All right, I
I
think
think he was in last tournament, and I think he got bounced pretty early. So cool to see him come back, the stronger list, and
yeah.
make it all the way. Congratulations to Sevior. That was the last game, right?
It was.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Double checking.
Well,
Make sure I'm not hyping him up for nothing.
that's right. And anyway, going into the next game. Okay. Severe, good to get in here. I just did this. This should be nice and easy. Okay, we'll get him. Get him added as a friend. We'll have a nice... Hold on. Why can't I add him as a friend? Oh, because I'm in streamer mode? Probably. There we go. Yeah, we'll get a winner's interview here. Boy, yeah, it seems real crazy. Got all that build up the whole tournament. Final game, 5 mana, and it's over.
Yeah, that double Soulfire, and the last draw being something that he could afford to discard, or well, being another direct damage card, so he could afford to discard one of his 2 damage cards.
Right?
So he was able to go for the 50-50. Or the less than 50-50, the 1 and 3 instead of the 50-50.
Let's see if he gets this. As far as I'm aware, you actually have to have everyone is like a friend here in Discord, and then you gotta set up a... You Can't have a group chat with non-friends. I mean, I guess we could do it through the Discord voice client or something, but... Oh, there we go. Got him. Okay, let's send the invite there to Derp, and then we'll restart the call. Bam. Alright, talk in a second. Alright, we got Derp back. Severe, welcome. Can you hear us? We cannot hear you. Oh, there we go. Alright, well, first off, congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Very, very quick win there at the end. But I guess let's wind it back. Let's start talking about the beginning of this tournament. So going into it, what was your thought process when it came to deck building? What lists to bring?
Well, so I came up with a lineup like a year ago, and I brought it to the first tournament, and it relied on a very specific meta that wasn't the meta. So I got kind of hammered. So I thought this time I would just bring like 4 good decks and just do decent, like just not really worry that much about what people brought.
Fair enough.
I was expecting that there'd be more like shamans and hunters, because there was a lot of warrior last time, I remember. And I thought there'd be a lot of shamans and hunter to counter that, and I play zoo to counter them, but like I think Zoo's a perfectly fine deck, even if it's not against that.
Right. Yeah, that's something that we were kind of talking about, the potential favorable matchups for Zoo. And yeah, there was a decent amount of warrior this time around, I thought. But yeah, certainly a lot of druid and not shaman this time. You were one of the few. Yeah,
like shaman's very good. Well, as long as there's no Zoo, it's very good. And I think with the amount of Zoo bots on ladder, I think people underrate Zoo a bit, because like they play that deck so badly. Like I don't play it amazingly either, but like I play it better than they do.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it's underrated. I think you bringing it here probably will continue to shake up now this tournament meta. People see the success that you had. I bet going forward, because of your success, it's going to crop up more, which then, starts the cycle of, well, what counters Zoo, and yeah, you're probably causing a lot of shake up here.
Well, it's like what counters Zoo is like, there's a lot of decks that counter Zoo. They just have to like build in a certain way that I don't think people did. Like they built for greedy matchups.
Yeah, I think that's very true.
Like I'm gonna make my warrior really good in the mirror and against rogue, and nobody's gonna bring Zoo, and then I bring Zoo,
and look where it got you.
Yeah, like you just also like I don't really like the idea of trying to beat rogue or druid too hard, because it's just like they're rogue and druid.
Yeah,
they do just win.
Mm-hmm. Derp, any questions for Severe?
I mean, the main one was just the Violet Teacher. You've got it in all the decks. I was going to ask you about that.
Okay, so that was tech for Black Knight and Druid. I was running Sen'jin beforehand, and I was like, I'm worried people are going to run Black Knight. I don't want a 4-mana taunt that has no ability, so let's just put Violet Teacher in instead. And in Rogue, I don't own Thalmus on the Americas server, so I just put Teacher in instead, because I think that's the most suitable replacement. And also, I kind of wanted Teacher because I think that's how you beat Trap Hunter with Rogue. Like, they're very good at shutting down the Auctioneer, but I don't think they're very good at shutting down, like, a lot of minions.
Yeah, it makes sense. A lot of things to proc the traps in unfavorable ways. I do think it's funny, though, that... a couple times now, I've had people come in, you win the tournament, and you're like, I didn't even have Talnos, no biggie. Yeah.
Well, like, I have it on Europe, just not on America. Like, I'm main Europe. Like, it's 3 a.m. for me. I should probably go to bed soon.
Yeah, it's wild. Well, geez, yeah. We'll have to
Kinda
see.
wiped.
See how you dominate the EU tournaments going forward. Well, okay, I won't keep you too long if it's 3 in the morning, but as always, gotta ask you. You just showcased your skills to the world. Everyone watching this event, bigger than the Super Bowl. I'm sure you got a lot of new fans. People here in the chat, on the VOD, they all want to hear from you. What do you want to say to your new giant fan base? Well said. Well said.
Sorry. I was like, I'm on push to talk, and I was just laughing at the concept. Like,
I don't know what's funny about
really
it. But
not one to like.
It's true.
But I'm really not one to like the concept of like fan bases that much. So like, you just do your thing. Like, just play some Hearthstone. Like, that's what we're here for, you know.
okay, yeah, fair. So very humble. I'll let me just rephrase a bit. Then I think Severe doesn't even have all the cards. Extremely humble in his play. Crushed the competition. Ladies, if you're out there and watching, hit him up. Send him DMs. People, if you're watching, just throw money his way. Follow him Twitter.